all the time. Yeah, it was a black sheep and he knew just what to do. His young was young JP and he refused to step in line. A vision he'd unseen is fucking rocking all the time. Long as fucking time ago in a land called Kickapoo, there lived a humble family, religious through and through. Yeah, there was a black sheep and he knew just what to do. His name was young JP and he refused to step in line. Vision he'd unseen, it's fucking rocking all the time. Cinnamon wanted out of that Hampterton, we take her out. Say hello, Cinnamon. Say hello to all the nice people. Hello. Hello. This is what we do to Cinnamon. We go, we give a little kiss. We get a little kiss. Little kiss on a little hamster head. Little kiss on a hamster head. You can't be too loud because your lips are near their ear. So you gotta go and give it a little peck. If you smack your lips, then it's loud in their ear, and you're essentially just like clapping in their ear. It's horrible. But you just go. Oh, I went in too fast. I spooked her. There's a baby. Look at the baby. Look how cute she is. She's so fluffy. She is so fluffy. Look at the fluffy baby. Look at the fluffy baby. Hi, baby. I don't think there's a day that's gone by that I didn't hold Cinnamon. Like, if a 24-hour period goes by, that was just because I didn't want to, like, wake her or something like that. But even then, I'm not sure there really is, because she's pretty active. Napoleon, I'm trying to wake up more often, but Cinnamon kind of wakes up throughout the day, so I typically hold her, like, multiple times throughout the day, or just, like, you know, have her with me throughout the day kind of thing. So you see how, comfortable she is being held. In fact, she wants to be held. If I can't leave her any one place for too long, because then she's just like, what the fuck is going on? So typically with her, I'll use my robe, and I tie the belt around so she can't, like, get out of the robe, but she'll just kind of run around in the sleeves and in the, the torso. And, when she wants to get out, she just kind of comes out. So that's kind of what she's emulating right now. I'm wearing I just have my blanket on, so I'm not wearing my robe. But you see how cuddly she gets. She's like, good, yes. This is good times for me. Oh my god, she's falling asleep. The little baby is falling asleep. Can you see her slowly falling asleep? We might just have to sit here and hold her now. Hamsters are funny because when they fall asleep, sometimes they'll like nap with their eyes open. See, she was starting to fall asleep, but I kind of moved. Can you guys see her? I don't even know if you guys can see her right now because I don't want to move to disturb her. She's too cute. It takes a while to get a hamster this comfortable with you. Typically, they're just like trying to find something. I got kind of shut up because see, when I talk too loud, she gets disturbed. I'm sorry. I just wanted to let the people know. See, I had to be so still because she's like, I'm napping. I'm gonna nap. See, I woke her up. She's like, hey, I just want to nap. See, she wants to crawl in there. I gotta find my robe. Hold on, let me find my robe. One of the best featherweights of this I don't know where my robe is. We'll have to find the robe. I'm sorry, baby. I don't know where my robe is. We'll find the robe. She's like, but I want to crawl in. See, she wants to crawl into the sleeve. So typically there's a sleeve, and then she just crawls under, and then she gets kind of like warmed up by the blanket or whatever, and then just kind of hangs out in my forearm. So that's what she wants right now. But I do not know where my hoodie is, and I do not know where my robe. So we must find it. I know. Hey, hey. She's my little fur baby. Whoop, she's back out. She's like, this is not the robe. Where's my robe? Get me my proper situation.
Jonathan Martinez.
Sean Martin beat Grant in a banger back and forth, but he's never faced a name like this, and after 3 straight wins, the tests are going to start becoming tougher. But he's got a big spotlight in the co-main event. He's got a Hall of Famer on the other side, and this guy technically is really, really strong. Perhaps a level up for Jonathan Martinez tonight.
Oh, yeah, I mean, this is the test when you're somebody like Jonathan Martinez. You go on a win streak, you get that 3-win streak in a row, you beat some top caliber guys, but then you face a guy like Cub Swanson, and that is the test. That's what we're going to determine. Do you belong fighting the best guys in the top 10 of the division? And how do you handle that pressure? How do you handle the main event spot? How do you handle facing a guy who says the things that Cub does, that has the confidence and the swagger when he steps inside of the octagon? The skills are there for Martinez. We all know that. We've known that since watching this kid fight for a long time. He's got knockout ability. He's sturdy on his feet. He's patient. He's got a great camp behind him. The only thing we're going to question is the spotlight. He's a quiet guy. He doesn't talk a lot of smack. How do you handle this situation? And that's what we're going to find out. But I'm excited for this. I really enjoy watching Jonathan Martinez.
Tonight's Fighting Spirit stats are sponsored by Cerveza Modelo. Dom, what do you notice about Jonathan Martinez?
Well, the big thing is he's never faced like a ranked opponent in this division, and now you're facing a Cub Swanson who hasn't ranked at 135, but he's been ranked for a good portion of his career. He's a ranked fighter in this sport. You know, he came down from a bigger weight class. We got a big, strong guy coming down a weight class who's been ranked, who's faced some of the who's who of the division at 145. This is a test for Martinez to see where he's at in the who's who of the UFC as well.
He's also in the past had problems making the weight.
Yeah.
But he was on the scale early, looked great. Perhaps a new level achieved for Jonathan
And that's
Martinez.
key, right? If you want to fight at the top,
favorite, right?
you got to make the weight.
Yep.
You've got to make the weight if you want to be a contender.
Well, what a fighting journey it's been for Cub Swanson. He's been a fan favorite for a long time. Fought on the blue canvas of the WEC for years, transitioned to the UFC. Came as close as one can to fighting for a title in the featherweight division. Now, all these years later, he said, making featherweight was getting too easy. I wasn't suffering enough. So he moves down to the bantamweight division where he believes his power will carry and his speed will be just fine. And perhaps he can make a run at 38 years old and 40 fights into his pro career. He makes his first start call after earning his way to the UFC Hall of Fame this past summer.
Fighters are sick, man. We're sick.
Need to suffer.
We're sick.
Right.
Need to suffer. You hear that multiple times from people. But Cub went and did all the things that you need to do to make sure that you can make that drop in weight. He went in with his teammate, like he talked about in the media day, and had the UFC PI test. And they actually told him it's easier for you to make this than
Dan Argueta.
Yeah, excuse me. And I think that was the final straw for him to think, okay, fresh start, new division. I've already got the speed. Like, Cub fights like a bantamweight anyway. The movement, the way that he throws angles, and he can grapple and mix things together. He's got great submission, powerful on the feet. I'm very excited to see how Cub handles this. If he can go out there against Jonathan Martinez and get a big W here at co-main spot, we're gonna see Cub Swanson facing some of the who's who of the bantamweight division soon, I would think.
And you know, that being said, look at the division. It's probably the most, you know, probably one of the toughest,
want to be, right?
if not the best division in the UFC with competitors. So, I think he's looking at the division, seeing all the who's who, like you're saying, and it's like, this is the division to move to. Bantamweight is calling people to it. Look at Jose Aldo coming down.
much to Cub Swanson, who felt he maybe wasn't getting the respect he deserved for a large part of his career. He feels it now, but still ready to put on a show for a few more fights or a few more years. Cub Swanson, as we look at the tail of the tape, 10 years older than his opponent, Jonathan Martinez. Both fighters 5 feet 8 inches tall. Swanson, we highlight the new weight class. Enters as a plus 175 underdog to our co-main event. Here's Joe Martinez.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are set to go with our co-featured bout this evening. 3 rounds, this in the UFC Bantamweight Division. Introducing you first, fighting out of the blue corner. A freestyle fighter standing 5 feet 8 inches tall. Weighing in officially 135 and 1/2 pounds. In 20 professional fights, his record 16 victories. With 4 defeats, fighting out of Plainview, Texas by way of Los Angeles, California, here is Jonathan Dragon Martinez! And across the octagon, his opponent fighting out of the red corner. A Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioner standing 5 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in 135 pounds. In his professional record brings 28 victories with 12 defeats. From Palm Springs, California, ladies and gentlemen, here is Cub Swanson! And your referee in charge is Hampterton.
Las Vegas Raider defensive standout Max Crosby watching and rooting for Cub Swanson at home with his new baby girl. We wish her congratulations to the UFC super fan. Cub's wife Kenda, we showed you on screen, front and center at the UFC Apex. And a lot of fight fans eager to see this version of Cub Swanson. This fight clock is brought to you by Modelo. Swanson in the red, Martinez in the white.
The boxing of Swanson is probably what's going to make the big difference in this fight. You see Martinez likes to kick first, Swanson likes to get inside the kicks and use his speed with his boxing combinations.
In angles, right? The way he moves. Cub's very unorthodox. He doesn't come at you with a standard approach. And that's what you've got to look out for Martinez. Now look, already slips. Got to be careful.
And Cub's got one of the better guillotines too. You got to keep an eye on that guillotine at all times. He'll slip it in there. It'll slick like.
This is where fight IQ's got to come into play too, especially from Martinez with a high pressure situation. Do you want this takedown? Or are you doing it because you slipped and you fell into it? I'm not saying he can't grapple with Cub,
Sure.
but is that the path to victory that you and your team have laid out?
Certainly striking is the specialty for Martinez. 7 of his 9 finishes by knockout.
There we go. Okay, that's what I was waiting for.
That right hand.
Especially from Martinez.
I think the boxing of Swanson is probably what's going to make the big difference in this fight. You see Martinez likes to kick first, Swanson likes to get inside the kicks and use his speed with his boxing combinations.
In angles, right? The way he moves. Cub's very unorthodox. He doesn't come at you with a standard approach. And that's what you've got to look out for Martinez. Now look, already slips. Got to be careful.
And Cub's got one of the better guillotines too. You got to keep an eye on that guillotine at all times. He'll slip it in there. It'll slick like.
This is where fight IQ's got to come into play too, especially from Martinez with a high pressure situation. Do you want this takedown? Or are you doing it because you slipped and you fell into it? I'm not saying he can't grapple with Cub,
Sure.
but is that the path to victory that you and your team have laid out?
Certainly striking is the specialty for Martinez. 7 of his 9 finishes by knockout.
There we go. Okay, that's what I was waiting for.
That right hand. Right hand of Cub comes from way outside. He explodes real well with that.
Pepper in the legs, moving forward. Body kick for Martinez.
And you know what? If anything, Martinez will throw them just to get on the forearms. It's almost as if he's attacking with forearms, right? Because you've got to block that. Look, that hurts. We've seen Cub get hurt.
Takedown.
That's what Cub's got to do here. I think this is intelligent, even if it's just to keep Martinez guessing.
That was one of the main things he said in the interview we did, Felder, was that he wanted to show his grappling, show his black belt. keep the pressure in the clinch, and use his boxing to set up his takedowns. And we're seeing it early in this fight.
Wow, beautiful reversal though from Martinez.
Nice job by Martinez.
He's got a Zars here if he wants to go for it. Well, he doesn't have it, you know what I mean? He's in the position to potentially set it up. Gotta watch the knees here, Martinez. The knee is down. Cubs doing that on purpose, being smart here. He's gonna wait for the right opportunity to explode up. Cubs very unorthodox. He doesn't come at you with the standard approach. And that's what you gotta look out for Martinez. Now look, already slips. Gotta be careful.
And Cubs got one of the better guillotines too. You gotta keep an eye on that guillotine at all times. So slip
Red, Martinez in the white.
I think the boxing of Swanson is probably what's going to make the big difference in this fight. You see Martinez likes to kick first. Swanson likes to get inside the kicks and use his speed with his boxing combinations.
And angles, right? The way he moves. Cubs very unorthodox. He doesn't come at you with the standard approach. And that's what you gotta look out for Martinez. Now look, already slips. Gotta be careful.
And Cubs got one of the better guillotines too. You got to keep an eye on that guillotine at all times. So slip it in there in the slick fight.
This is where fight IQ's got to come into play too, especially for Martinez with a high pressure situation. Do you want this takedown, or are you doing it because you slipped and you fell into it? I'm not saying he can't grapple with Cubs,
Sure.
but is that the path to victory that you and your team have laid out?
Certainly striking is the specialty for Martinez. 7 of his 9 finishes by knockout.
There we go. Okay, that's what I was waiting for.
So that right hand of Cub comes from way outside. He explodes real well with that.
Pepper in the legs, moving forward.
So that right hand of Cub comes from way outside. He explodes real well with that.
Pepper in the legs,
Wow.
moving forward. Finishes by knockout.
There we go. Okay, that's what I was waiting for.
So that right hand of Cub comes from way outside. He explodes real well with that.
Pepper in the legs, moving forward. Body kick from
Comes from way outside. He explodes real well with that.
Pepper in the legs, moving forward.
Hmm. I feel like every time I'm just lounging on the computer, I should be obligated to be holding my guitar in my left hand. So that way I can click around, do my thing, and play games with this hand. That was initially what I wanted to do on these gaming streams. So if anyone's like eager to tune in for the gaming, like if anyone's like, hey, like I'd love to see you play this, you know, I'm down, but like, you know, I'm trying not to like lock myself into any just like I will be streaming this thing on this time at this day. Like I know that that's probably better, and you know maybe we'll find that routine, but I almost want to. I don't know. I'd almost prefer having like set regimented stream schedules in regards to say cooking or exercise or even music or something. But like gaming, I kind of want to, even though I'm in the gaming side of YouTube because you know that's kind of what I want to occupy. Really, it's more just like a gamer living his life. You know what I mean? Versus every time I stream, there's gonna be games playing. You know, I just get too distracted. I get too I don't know what the term is. But yeah, like even anytime I'm playing a video game, I have like 7 other video games that I'm cycling through. You know what I mean? I don't know if anyone else is like that, but no matter what game I'm playing, I'm kind of like bouncing around. And then if I play too much on a game, no matter how much I love it, even though they're great, I started to feel guilty. Like, you know, I should be practicing guitar, something like that. You know, nothing against that. It's just like so that's why my goal with the gaming, I guess, is what I'm getting at. Is I want to try and see if I can combine the guitar. So if say I'm grinding and Dragon Warriors monsters or something like that, do so while I'm holding my guitar and my bass, you know? Get 2 birds stoned at once. I'm a stony bird. Anyways, how's everyone's Sunday going? I almost wasn't going to stream. I streamed this morning, like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. or something like that. Did a little stream, but was almost going to try and take Sunday off. I appreciate you guys. I just kind of want to tune on, see what everyone's up to. Figure Sundays are usually typically kind of slow for most people. Everyone's kind of getting back into the gear of the week. And, yeah, right there with you guys. I think this is a transitional phase for a lot of people. We got the new year coming up. Hey, how you doing, Psycat? I know, I'm the same way. Yeah, today, this is also why I really was so into the 24-hour stream and the sleep streams and stuff, because, like, today, I stayed in bed until the sun went down, essentially. I just kept thinking, like, go outside, get a workout in. Never worked out, you know? Not saying it's too late, but like let's be real, probably not gonna get it in before midnight. But now that I said that, I feel like I have to do some like squats or push-ups before midnight. So let's do 10 squats right now, so I can say I did 10 squats. 10 squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's do 5 more. 10. 5 more. 5 more on top of that. 1, 5 more for good luck. 1, and let's do 8 more. Let's do 17 more. That's it. Oh, God. Oh. Whew. Whew, baby. I think that might have been 50. Oh, no. I lost track. Phew. That's a little trick I learned from lifting weights. Or just any exercise, really, but weights in particular, is I learned that counting is a separate skill into itself, and it can actually be a detriment to training. Because what I found personally from counting my exercises is that it sets a preconceived limit. You know, I decide ahead of time. No, I'm wearing pants. I just like, I typically, I just stay in my blanket or my robe all day. If I'm at home, I'm like, my style is basically fresh out of bed. You know, even when I go out and about, it's still kind of same vibe. But, yeah, no, that felt good. Yeah, I just realized, like, if I was going, like, okay, I'll do it later, it's like, there's no later. You have to just attack it. But, yeah, I think that was 50. Because, yeah, anyways, yeah, I noticed that, like, when I was lifting weights or something like that, say I'd actually be able to do 15, but I would kind of tell myself I'm going to do 10 or something like that. So even if I'm able to go 5 more, by the time I would hit 10, my brain would do like this little hiccup. Like, why are you keep going? You know what I mean? Like, we already said we're going to do 10. What the fuck are you doing? So it's like you're constantly battling that to where that hiccup is almost dangerous. You know what I mean? Say you're like pushing it, you have to be able to just like power through that, kick through that wall. Because any little hesitation, like especially if you're doing, you know, something high intensity, you just can't have it. So what I started doing, I think I picked this up from a coach. I know I got it somewhere. So say you want to do 25, you know, break it up into like counts of 3 to 5. You know, even a count of 10 or something. But you just keep breaking up that count, and you just keep going, because it's like your brain can handle these bite-sized chunks pretty easily. It can just fathom it. Like, all right, we only got 3 more. That's fine. But you just constantly roll that 3 to 5 more forward until you actually start to find your max, you know? Because, I don't know, I just feel like human beings in general, just life in general, is just so much more capable than we will ever know. And so it's like our brains are almost like our worst enemy in that regards, because the brain will always be like, no, stay in your comfort zone. What are you doing? Stay in the comfort zone. It's safe here. We like it. It's warm. It's fuzzy. It's cozy. What are you doing? You know, so I don't know. That's been my experience, is like, you know, my own brain is almost my own worst enemy. So that's like when I was working out with people. I typically don't really like working out with people. I like being in a gym. Like, I like being around people who are working out. But actually, like, part of my workout, I kind of like just doing my own thing. Because I don't like being... Unless I'm with, like, a psychopath who will, like, push me. But typically, I don't like allowing someone else's mentality to sink into my own. You know what I mean? Because I have my own kind of vibe while training and this kind of stuff. But if someone's like, ooh, like if someone's complaining during a workout, like we're all doing push-ups together and someone's complaining, going like, oh my God, you know what I mean? It's one thing to like joke and stuff, but it's another thing to just be complaining about it and like, oh no, like really, like just everything is a negative. Like, I fucking hate those people. I'm just like, dude, please just shut the fuck up, you know? Let us just do our thing. We know it sucks. Anyways, I'm rambling. How's your day going, Psycat? I'm trying to get back on my sleep schedule too, honestly. I'm still watching the fights from last night.
Martinez.
And you know what? If anything, Martinez will throw them just to get on the forearms. It's almost as if he's attacking the forearms, right? Because you've got to block that. Look, that hurts. We've seen Cub get hurt.
Takedown.
That's what Cub's got to do here. I think this is intelligent, even if it's just to keep Martinez guessing.
That was one of the main things he said in the interview we did, Felder, was that he wanted to show his grappling, show his black belt, keep the pressure in the clinch, and use his boxing to set up his takedowns, and we're seeing it early in this fight.
Oh, beautiful reversal though from Martinez.
Nice job by Martinez.
Got a Darcy.
One sec, Psycat. I gotta pull up. I gotta turn on my phone to pull up the chat, so I can't read anything at the moment. If you're sending anything, my phone is turning on.
Cub's doing that on purpose, being smart here. He's gonna wait for the right opportunity to explode up.
Swanson back to his feet, back in space as they return to the center of the octagon. The left kick of Martinez as the main weapon.
It's so heavy. That's what I like about that left kick of Martinez. It's not snappy. You know, it's got a little snap to it, but man, it's one of those kickers that you hear that he like thuds into you when he lands.
Oh.
Man, both guys landing some good shots here. Cub always initiating like car crashes, the way I would say Cub fights.
He certainly has a style unique to himself. Hands low, starting to move a little bit.
That's normal for Cub. That's how he fights. Now, there's a lot of things that need to be answered, though. What was that cut like for him? How will it affect him? Right. He might say he feels great, but he's not going to know that until he performs.
Cut usually won't hit you if you come down until like second, third round. You might feel it, you know. But in this first round, I think we're not going to see too much of that. But he's fundamentally exploding from the outside and using his speed. That's something Cub's always done real well. With the right hand and the left hook, just explodes in. Oh, nice jack.
Yeah, you heard that.
You're gonna hurt for a little while afterwards.
That's one of those checks that split his chin open. Now, there's a lot of things that need to be answered, though. What was that cut like for him? How will it affect him? Right. He might say he feels great, but he's not going to know that until he performs.
Cut usually won't hit you if you come down until like second, third round. You might feel it, you know. But in this first round, I think we're not going to see too much of that. He's fundamentally exploding from the outside and using his speed. That's something Cub's always done real well. The right hand and the left hook. Just explodes in. Nice jack.
Yeah, you heard that.
You're gonna hurt for a little while afterwards.
That's one of those checks that split his chin open. Martinez just staying very busy with that left kick. Keeping it on that right forearm.
Final 40 seconds of the first round. Swanson goes to the body that time. Just trying to split the guard from straight right. Comes up to Martinez puts together a combination.
And now we're landing. They're throwing now.
No, come on, get out of there, get up. Guard the hand, 10 seconds, you're good. Ooh, those elbows are nasty. Get up, Cub. Oh, no, get up, come on, 3 seconds, get up, don't do it, stop. Oh my God. He survived. Holy fuck, man. Holy fuck, dude. No sport gets me like this sport does.
Keep moving to the side. Don't walk straight back. You're moving straight back in a straight line. Move to the sides. Throw some more fades. Every time you dip, shoot the right hand and follow with the left hook. Okay? Don't let him get close. He don't know how to go back. Every time he's going back, you don't know what to do. You gotta keep him going back. Okay? But as soon as you get that break, move to the sides. Move to the left. Move to the right. Okay? You good? Come on. Let's go, Cubby. Jump into that fire. Right, let's go. Let them pay for it. Let them pay for it. Let's go.
Okay, this is the end of round one. Martinez with a huge knee. Drops Cub, goes in for the finish. Now, Herb Dean gave him every chance, and he made it through. And Cub's a veteran, and he's been there, done that. And I think that's a guy you let, for sure, fight out that round. As long as he's still intelligently defending, which I believe it was enough. But it was close, man. If there was 5 more seconds, I think the fight's over.
That left kick of Martinez is lethal. It really is. I mean, that kick right there, he throws so well, great distance, and he throws it so hard.
Because what are you going to do? Don, block it? You break your arm.
He's nasty with it. You're seeing it right now. I mean, he's just bulldozing right now with that kick, elbows, and the knee. He goes to kick.
Oh.
And then,
Okay.
now.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. It can be. Yeah, some days are lame like that. You just kind of have to ride it out or slam the chains on the ground and stand up. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I feel like the longer I sit in that shit, it just only builds. Which is, you know, I get it, man. That's what I was saying. I like doing those sleep streams because, like, today I'll just stay in bed indefinitely. Which, as you see, I haven't really left my bed. I haven't even put on a shirt. I'm still wearing my blanket. So, it's not really like I've gone out of bed, but at least I'm not laying down anymore. Because usually it's like, it would be like I would lay down until I have excruciating back pain. You know? Like everyone always thinks like, oh yeah, laying in bed is nice. It's like, it's nice to a degree. After a certain point, your body is like, what are you doing? What are you doing? We're just gonna deteriorate now. Oh my god, I can't even watch this. I'm watching the fights from last night. I get very emotionally invested in these fights. Like, it's very just like intense. Yeah, man. Cub Swanson dropped to a lower weight class. He's been doing it. Cub Swanson's been fighting since I like got interested in MMA. You know, he's been in it forever. He's been in it for a long time, so he's a vet. And now he's like changing weight classes and going to he's going to a lower weight class. Which the danger of that is when guys cut too much weight, what happens is you I think a factor is that you dehydrate your brain, so it leaves you more susceptible to knockouts. I think that's kind of the scientific reasoning why part of the danger of cutting too much weight is like, I think it's the effect on the brain. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, so it's like you need a certain amount of time to recover. So he's dropping down in weight, so it's kind of a gamble, but it's an opportunity for him to kind of like revamp his career. You know, go into this weight class and go for the title again. So even though he's kind of a vet, but also you watch him, and because he's such a vet, he's doing combinations that you just can't even, like, I'm watching it, I just have to, like, that's why I'm still in round one, and I just keep rewinding, because he's doing these crazy combinations where I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, I've been watching fights a long time, so when I see something I haven't seen before, it's like, you're just watching, you're watching history happen, you know what I mean? And I know other people have done this, like, you know, these combos obviously before. Obviously, maybe, you know, it comes from this kind of thing, but it's like I don't know. And it's a seemingly like just very basic thing, but just like watching the speed and the like, I get what he's doing. And like I said, I guarantee he's not the first person to do it, but I just loved it. So anyway, so he's throwing like a bunch of kicks. And he's like comes out, and first thing he does is he just throws the kicks. So he keeps doing all these like really crazy things that I like. So he does this one thing where like he throws the kick, and he'll throw the kick at like a certain speed every time. Like he throws it, like, you know what I mean? He's doing that. But then he does this one where he goes, boonk. He just does like half speed and lands it. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, that was dope. He just threw a changeup. He just threw a changeup pitch, you know? And then, but he did this one combo. It's gonna be weird, kind of like holding the jacket, but He comes out. Yeah, he was left hand first. So I think he did like a left stomp kick, and then he does a right roundhouse kick, and then he throws a left hook. But while his left hook lands, he throws a left calf kick from the outside, and as he lands with that, he slams down on the right hand. And as I say, no one's done that before. I just remembered who does that. That's the Benson Henderson. That's the H-bomb. So that's actually a really, really famous combination. You just don't see it. I mean, I guess you see it, but that's actually Benson Henderson's. That's the H-bomb. Benson Henderson used to do that. Not Benson Henderson. What's that? Dan Henderson. Benson Henderson's a totally different guy. Dan Henderson with the H-bomb. Old Olympic wrestler, Pride FC. But Dan Henderson was funny because he would just he would fight his whole fight with his right hand just right here, so you knew exactly what he was trying to do. He was just going to hit you with a big overhand right. But the dude had just out of this world power. Like, you look at him and he doesn't look like, but then like doctors or people that talk about him, they're just like, yeah, man, I put my hand on that guy's shoulder, I shook his hand once, and it's just like some people are built different. Like, they say that he just feels like solid oak. Like, he is just built different, you know what I mean? So yeah, he's one of those guys, like, he to this day has one of the most insane knockouts ever, you know what I mean? Like, probably the best in UFC history, to be real, or one of them. I kind of like Anderson Silva's little blip on Forrest Griffin, but this one is like the king, which is he does. So Benson, I want to call him Benson Henderson. Dan Henderson would do, he would just kind of he maybe like paw with the left hand, but then he would throw an inside leg kick, and then as he lands with the inside leg kick, he steps down on it and puts all his weight into that right hand, so it becomes like a baseball player. You know, a baseball pitcher lifts that leg up, and then they use that step and wind it, so it's like their momentum, their weight shifting and stuff. So he throws his right hand like a freaking fastball or something. So the downside of that is it becomes very easy to read. You know, if a guy's coming at you like that, you know what he's trying to do, so you get the fuck out of there. But that's what makes Dan Henderson so legendary, is that he would just do that to everybody. It's like you knew exactly what he's trying to do, and yet he still lands it. So that's what like separates, the legends, the best of the best. So anyways, yeah, even just kind of like talking through that, I remember, I kept watching that combo. I was like, oh my god, I love that combo. Why do I love that combo so much? That's amazing. And then I realized, it's the H-bomb. That's why I love it. It's like out of a video game. You know what I mean? Like most people, it's like music, it's like anything in life. Most people it's like fashion, everything. Most people are just kind of copying what everyone else is doing. Like, all right, that's the thing, let's do that. And it's kind of like you want to play ball, you want to fit the part, so you kind of just play along, and you're too caught up in the process of learning all those things to fit in that few people are actually like pushing the envelope forward. You know what I mean? That's why I like watching guys like Cub Swanson fight, because I feel like there are fighters out there where they mentally they approach the game different. There's a lot of guys, they just go out there and fight, and like, that's great too, dude, you're badass, that's totally cool. But then there's other guys who take it to a different level and come at it with this like degree of strategy and forethought, where you're like, all right, now we're getting somewhere. Now this is like some martial artistry. Not all these guys are martial artists, but it's true. There's, not everyone who fights in the UFC is quote unquote a martial artist. Some of them are just freaking insane athletes who are tough. But practicing martial arts, like, I don't know. Anyways, I more mean that in the sense of like the, traditional sense of the spiritual aspects of martial arts and all that stuff. So not, anyways, I sound like I'm getting all hoity-toity with that, but I guess what I'm getting at is like I watched a fight the other day. Like, you'll have everyone's different. Everyone approaches the game different. But you have guys like I was saying, Dan Henderson, like you have people where you kind of know what to expect, you know exactly what they're going to do, and yet they do it. And then you have some guys, like I watched a fight yesterday, and they fight their opponent, you know what I mean? So they change up the strategy completely. And then some guys take it to the point where it's like they never fight two fights the same, where it's, I don't know, man. Fighting is just so fascinating in that sense. Because a lot of times UFC is just like, MMA is such in like an early stage of it that it's like it's kind of just this. You're just kind of like mashing two things together to see like kind of what works. Whereas like boxing is just there's so many more years of development that you see aspects of that strategy are way more common where like a fighter won't even throw his right hand for like 8 rounds or something. You know what I mean? They almost just like they're just jabbing, they're moving around and stuff, but they like or like an uppercut. You know what I mean? They maybe they throw the right hand, but they don't throw this one punch for a really long time, and that takes so much discipline to be able to do that, to just like keep one of your best weapons in your back pocket to save it for the right moment. Like that takes so much skill because you just get caught up in the moment. And like recently, Kamaru Usman, who is in the UFC, he's like 170 champ. He just lost the title after being like unstoppable for so long because he was dominating the fight. But Usman has this kind of like tendency when he starts to get tired, he kind of dips to the side a little bit, and his hands come from here because you're tired. His hands drop to here. That's all it took. So in the 5th round, with like a few seconds left, Leon Edwards just goes blip and throws the left high kick. And I don't even know if he had thrown the left high kick yet in that fight, and just caught him right on that lean because he knew that Kamaru Usman was kind of doing this thing. So it's like he made the read and just bloop. You know what I mean? It's like I said, I don't really play Counter-Strike or like Call of Duty, so I'm just kind of imagining it. It just kind of popped in my head. But it's like, say there's a guy who's like really, really good, and you know he's really good, and you know he wins every game, but you also know that he has a tendency to want to camp out in this one spot on the map, or like on the specific map you're playing. You notice that, you know that he likes to camp out in this one area because he feels safe there. You know what I mean? Like that's his spot, but he dominates from that spot. So then what you do is you just kind of allow him to occupy that spot. He's like, yeah, you do you, boo. You're the king. You're the man. But then when he gets real comfortable and it's right at the end, you just pop up and go pink. You know what I mean? Headshot done. You know, so that was like essentially what that fight was. Not that I, you know. What's a better example? What's PUBG? What's a shooting game where you can't respawn? Any shooting game where it's done. I guess Counter-Strike is kind of like that. You have to wait till everyone dies to see that. But yeah, I just love strategy. I love war games. I love board games. I love anything like that. I mean, the title of Undefeated is legendary, but usually not permanent, so no shame in losing. Still has a great track record, right? Yeah, and honestly, yeah, the whole thing Undefeated is so just like... it's why, like, you see fighters, like, when they start out, they kind of, you know, they're fighting every, you know, once a month or something, they're going, but it's like, as they pad this record, there gets so much, like, outside influence where there's money involved, there's all this kind of stuff, so it's like, the whole thing about Undefeated is just, like in boxing, guys get undefeated records because in boxing, it's way more common to have, essentially, warm-up fights, so... you kind of fight, you know, your coach and your manager will pick out fights accordingly to get you ready for like a championship fight. So say the champ is really good, like has a killer, you know, has a killer left hook, a killer right straight, and is really, you know, agile and with movement and stuff. So your coach will then find you a guy who's just like really spazzy and moves around and stuff, so you can kind of get used to cornering someone. Then he'll pick a fight against someone who just has a killer knockout right uppercut. Or maybe not a killer knockout, but just known for throwing that uppercut. Maybe similar to the guy you're after. So they'll fight that guy, you know, get some, you know, used to that. And then maybe they'll fight a guy who's like just deadly with that left hook, so you kind of get used to that. So now, rather than just jumping in against this guy who has like 3 known, like, best in the world kind of weapons, he's now kind of taken the time to prepare himself against live opponents, you know, in that manner, so it just builds up his confidence by the time that he reaches that he already knows he can kind of hang with these kind of people, whereas, you know, the classic is, you know, it's the shot you don't see that hurts you, you know what I mean? So, anyways, rambling. Yeah, exactly. I think that's why I thought of Counter-Strike in particular. But it's like anything. It's just I think I'm just discussing strategy and stuff. Good times. But yeah, I was thinking about that. And every culture is different. Like Like I was like that about like Japanese or martial arts in Japan, like MMA in Japan and stuff like that. Is that they set up their fights more like video games. You know what I mean? They'll have like each kind of star fight all the other guys, you know, on the roster, and they'll be setting up fights because they just want to see matchups. But a guy can lose like 10 times in a row and still be headlining cards because they just like watching them fight. They don't really care so much that a guy loses. They just want to see a guy get out there and, you know, give it his all and you know, showcase spirit. You know, so I always kind of like that. Whereas, you know, obviously winning helps, but you know, there's a little bit more that you can kind of just get out there and do it. Whereas, you know, we put so much pressure on success in, you know, our culture that we people stop taking chances, I guess is what I'm getting at. So like Cub Swanson here, dropping down in weight. Yeah, there's a big risk involved here, you know, because at the end of the day, yeah, there's contracts and stuff, but you know, a fighter can really, that's like the whole theme of Rocky 6. It's like a fighter should be able to decide when they stop fighting. As much as like outside people, like an organization can stop hiring you because they're just like, bro, we can't, I'm sorry, we just don't, we can't showcase that on our network, you know. But the fighter should still have the option to find another organization to, you know, fight in if he wants, because he's a fighter. That's what he wants to do. So anyways, that's just down to freedom. But yeah, like this is scary because it's like he's dropping down in weight. He's later in his career. So, you know, moments like this are kind of like not do or die, but like you want him to, he's going against a guy that people don't know. So it's like when you have a name, you're kind of famous or whatever, you can kind of get fights, but the risk is you might not get the fights you want. So the big payday kind of fights, or against other known guys where, say you lose, people are just a little bit more forgiving because they're just like, oh yeah, that guy's really good. But when you go up against a new up-and-comer guy, obviously he's just as good as any of the other top guys. He just doesn't have the notoriety yet. So it's like you're almost, you know, I can't remember the WWE term, but basically like giving this other guy shine. So it's kind of like all in. You know, your all in is if you win, you then get to progress and like work your way towards a title shot. But if you lose, you're a higher risk of, it's just more likely that your career is going to end because it's like, oh, he lost against a guy that no one knows. You know? Yeah, anyways, that's why I'm freaking out, because I want him to win. Whew, all right.
Probably make it out of this round now.
Yeah, looks like
Oh.
Swanson trying to hang on. There's the horn. Herb Dean let him go. Second round coming up.
razor close.
Keep moving to the side. Don't walk straight back. You're moving straight back in a straight line. Move to the side. Throw some more fades. Every time you dip, shoot the right hand and follow with the left hook. Okay? Don't let him get close. He don't know how to go back. Every time he's going back, you don't know what to do, but you gotta keep on going back. Okay? But as soon as you get that break, move to the sides, move to the left, move to the right. Okay? You good? Come on. Let's go. Let's go, Cub.
Jump in that fire.
Right, take it deeper. Let's go. You're doing good.
Let's go.
No, I feel you. I'm honestly kind of the same way. I've always been obsessed with martial arts. Like I've always been obsessed with like WWE and wrestling. But like my love for like MMA and martial, like it's hard for me to watch. Like it's like it's dual side. Like I don't want to see anyone get hurt, but I also love it at such a deep level. I know what they're going in. I know what goes into these fights. So it's like I know that both of these fighters are just like showcasing everything. So it's like for me to like watch it, I'm supporting these guys in their dreams too. But yeah, it's fucking brutal. It's like human cockfighting in a cage, you know. And also it's like it's not. People have this like false notion that it's like Hollywood, like I'm the baddest dude. It's like no, dude. The repercussions to fighting are so bad. So this to me is just sport. Like even though it's like brutal or whatever, it's like this is sport. Like street fight is just horrific, you know, horrific. So fighting in general, like I was thinking about that the other day. It's like my whole life, at least like from like 12 to 13 on, has essentially been like trying to conquer my own fears. Trying to like ignore, not even trying to ignore. I think like later in life was trying to just accept that those fears are there for a reason. But but yeah, I just like I was thinking about that last night where I was just like fuck, like I was like thinking back to just childhood and just life in general and just realizing like moments where you begin to construct your personality. I don't know if you ever had that moment, but it's like there's who you are, and then there's like things that affect you, and then as a result of that, you start trying to like protect yourself by putting up these shields and masks and armor to the world to just guard yourself from feeling those feelings again. But then you go deeper and deeper down that rabbit hole to all of a sudden you're looking in the mirror and you're like, all right, I'm here now. I was there. This is who I am. I'm still who I am, and yet the world perceives me in this way, and yet my inner feelings never really changed. So then I think it's almost like acknowledging everything that brought you to this point, understanding that the feelings haven't changed, and that's okay, and that's actually what it's all about. If that makes any sense. It makes no sense, I know, but I don't know. I've been on a weird track lately. Like this whole streaming thing for me, I go on these long rants where I realize why it's so good for me because it's like I don't really talk to people, so I just get to like, you know, like word vomit my thought process, and through doing that, it helps just like get it out there. And what I kind of like is like doing these streams. I was kind of going through streams and stuff, and just telling stories from my life and just saying things. I almost realized the danger in streaming is that you're kind of just putting yourself out there so much that at a certain point, your stories are no longer your stories. They're now a story out there. And also it forces you to kind of like really be like aware of what you're saying, because there can't be like, you got to be aware, like I was like telling stories, from high school or something like that. And I was kind of, you're reliving it and stuff. And then I go back and I watch it and I'm listening to myself, and you become very hypercritical, like you're an outside perspective, and you're just like, let's make sure we're not, tweaking things for our favor. You know what I mean? So it's like in the moment you're just telling it as like, this is what's happening, but like you can kind of go back and watch yourself and be like, no, like, hold on, you might be kind of like tweaking that a little bit. So it's like forcing me to be even more honest with myself, because I'm opening my big mouth and I'm just like, hold on, like I don't know. So yeah, so anyways, I feel that this is forcing me to in like grapple with my own personal philosophies. I thought something, and 2 months later, I'm like, whoa, I actually thought that, and I realized how quickly my character was shifting. Yeah, right. It's like, and that I think is a beautiful thing too. Like some people aren't able to ever shift their mindset. So if you're actually able to be someone who can take in new information and then completely shift your mindset to just have like a 180, like, I mean, it depends, because that also can be kind of dangerous too. Like you can see how that's like can slip into like cults and that kind of stuff. But more what I'm getting at is like we're all we're all wrong about a lot of things. So if you're just like able to recognize like, oh yeah, I'm wrong about this, and then just like take that information and then move forward, like that's great. There's a lot of people who are so stubborn and locked in their own ways, they aren't even able to accept where they're wrong and stuff, which is yeah, I don't know. That's kind of why I'm kind of like just committed to just kind of like doing my own thing, being in my own little you know, just being okay at being in my own bubble, you know?
You record little.
Zach, I get a little distracted. And she knows. Sorry, I missed the last one. Some people die on most stupid hills because they're unable to admit that they're maybe wrong. And maybe they're wrong for once, right? I know. That's most people in general. It's sad. Constantly validate people who are in the wrong because they're giving them that power and confidence to continue it. I know, and that's one thing that I love about humanity. Like, you see, I don't know, like, they always say, like, and I know it's bad, but it's like you see, like, the truest form of humanity in times of tragedy. Like, when, you know, something's going on, everyone kind of steps up to their best self. But, yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about that earlier today. Just, like, in terms of human nature. Like, the whole, like, I was thinking about the whole nature versus nurture thing. But I was thinking about that where the whole, like, dying on the hills thing. It's like, you know, you have that with a lot of, you know, like you said, cults. You know, anyone who tries to say, like, listen to me. Anyone who says, like, I am right, others are wrong, you know, just to run. You know? I don't know. Like, it probably sounds fucked up, but this is, like, really what I believe is that everything that is evil in the world, everything bad, everything awful, you know, lives within us. It doesn't have to be active, but I feel like it's like there's seeds of everything. There's like a little seed of the most evil person you could ever become, and there's a seed for the most beautiful, loving, caring human being you could ever come. You know what I mean? And it's not like it's just one or the other. There's just like a million of those different things. So it's just kind of like depending on what seeds you water every day, you know, in your own mind and spirit, personality, whatever, that's just kind of fosters who you are becoming. Now, I think that some of those seeds inside you might have some miracle grow on them. So then you have to be a little bit more careful. So someone maybe is more prone to addiction or something like that. Someone maybe could go out and try something and they're fine, whereas someone else, if they even smell it, they're just like 110% in. So not in any way trying to say everyone is the same or any means like that, or has the same, you know, can do the same thing or anything like that. But I just think the whole idea of like, I'm right, they're wrong, they're fucked up, they're evil, we're good, fuck those guys, is just like, we're never going to get anywhere. You know what I mean? Because it's a judge not, yes, ye be judge yourself kind of thing, you know? I'm just saying stuff. Words and things. But I was thinking about that earlier today. But I think it's just, I don't know.
Okay, this is the end of round one. Martinez with a huge knee.
Oh, he landed on the head. Jesus.
Now, Herb Dean gave him every chance, and he made it through. And Cub's a veteran, and he's been there, done that. And I think that's a guy you let for sure.
So now going back into that whole validation thing, like, that's why I love martial arts. That right there is why I love martial arts and why I'm scared to find a, you know, a martial arts school or like traditional school. It's like, because it's too easy. It's for people, you find schools, especially in traditional martial arts, where they're just like, no, trust me, whatever, all those things those other guys are doing, dude, it doesn't work. The shit we're doing in here though, like, people don't even know it. Like, it is this most secret badass stuff. No one can try, you know what I mean? Everyone wants to have that. Everyone wants to have the most badass secret knowledge or just whatever. Be the one, be the right one, you know what I mean? To be able to go, oh, they think this, oh, you know? But that's what's great about martial arts. I learned this from a Muay Thai teacher years back, is it kind of goes back into almost like Pokemon and that kind of stuff. Is like martial arts is not like this beats this. It's like there's I'm trying to remember, but he described it as like 3 different styles. There was like Southern style, there was Northern style, and I don't know if he called it Central or something like that. But basically, like the different areas of Thailand and the different styles of Muay Thai. So he was saying the Southerner typically beats the Northern style. The Northern beats the Central style, and the Central style typically beats the Southern style. So he's just describing like, I choose you, Pikachu, or you know what I mean, like the beginning of Pokemon or whatever. Like, do you want fire, water, or grass? It's not like one is necessarily weaker than the other. There are some typical advantages one style might have over the other, but that doesn't mean end all be all. This style beats this style. So, you know. Yeah, anyways, rambling.
Fight out that round. As long as he's still intelligently defending, which I believe was enough. But it was close,
that was
and if there was
nasty.
5 more seconds, I think the fight's over.
That left kick of Martinez is lethal. It really is. I mean, that kick right there, he throws so well, great distance, and he throws it so hard.
Because what are you going to do, Don? Block it? You can break your arm.
He's nasty with it.
No, get out of there, Cubby. Get out of there, Cub.
Right now with that kick, elbows, and the knee. He goes kick, and then when you come inside, he goes left knee. And then now he's just following it up right now, pouring it on heavy.
Yeah, he's a soft-spoken guy, but man, when Martinez gets into this octagon, he lets his skills speak for him. This is a bantamweight to really keep an eye out. And again, as long as he can keep that weight under control, keep making weight, he's a real contender, I think.
Now, Jonathan Martinez has him up against the fence, but this is an arm triangle, but it's not quite locked up because of the fence. Now, Martinez just takes the top position. He's in half guard. Cubs looking to, stand.
Same way you were talking about, like, not letting you watch fights or whatever. Dude, I get, like, fired out. I get emotionally invested in these fights. Like, I'm watching, it's 3 minutes and 41 seconds left in round 2. The fights happened yesterday, so I could just Google it to figure out who won, but I'm not going to do that. But, I have the luxury right now to pause it, to just be like, whew, because Cub Swanson almost got finished there again. His opponent is just so brutal with his left side attacks that he's just brutalizing Cub Swanson from the left side. He's throwing left kicks, he's throwing left knees, he's throwing left elbows and stuff, and Cub is just like that accumulation. Cub just kind of like shelled up on the ground and went into a turtle shell. Turtle is when your knees and your elbows are on the ground and you just, like a turtle. You just kind of, you just ball up. It's not the fetal position, but it's like the fetal with your knees on the ground, which is not a good sign. Typically, that's like right around the end of the fight. But because he's a vet, he was able to do just enough to prolong the fight. Like he's like wrapping up the arm and grabbing the guy's hand and stuff to just. And the other guy's smart too. He didn't tire himself out by just trying to unload on a vet like Cub, who would then, then he risks getting tired, and then Cub Swanson can get on top. So, Cub Swanson just weathered that initial storm in the second round, but it's not looking good. And it's really hard for me to watch because I really, really admire Cub Swanson. Like, how can you not, So, I get really emotionally invested. Like, I feel emotional watching this fight right now. Even like I said, this happened last night. So it's like, the results are already in. I just don't know them. But I'm just like, fuck. Come on, Cub. Come on, Cub. Whew. But man, this is a brutal sport. It is brutal. You know what's funny too is that what's funny about that martial arts? I used to get you get injuries in martial arts, but like surprisingly, like I would get a lot of my injuries were just like random occurrences. I don't know. It's interesting. Your love lifted me higher than I've ever been lifted before. So keep it up, quench my desire. Ooh, I'll be at your side forevermore. You know your love keeps on lifting me higher and higher. Let me tell you, your love keep on lifting me higher and higher. Now once I was downhearted, disappointment was my closest friend. But then you came and it soon parted, and you know never showed its face again. That's why your love keeps on lifting me higher and higher. Let me tell you, your love keep on lifting me higher and higher. Bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum ba-da-ba-dum ba-bum ba-da-ba-dum ba-bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum ba-da-ba-dum ba-bum ba-da-ba-dum ba-bum. I'm so glad I finally found you. Yes, I won in a million girls, and now with my loving arms around you, honey, I can stand up and face the world. That's why your love keeps on lifting me higher and higher. Let me tell you, your love keeps on lifting me higher and higher. Oh yeah. The danger of old guitar amps. Oh, this is not the kind I want. Amen to that, brother. Yeah, that's another thing, like, being passionate about something, it's almost like your duty as a human being to, like, pursue that passion, you know, because, you know, there's not many people who feel passion, but there's so many people in every field, so to actually be passionate about that field, you almost owe it to human race to pursue it, because then there's actually an opportunity for that area of humanity to just, you know, maybe progress just one little step further in your life. Hey, appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Psycat. So, my thing with guitar, like most things, I just love playing it. You know what I mean? But if you actually ask me to, like, play songs, I really don't know that many songs, like, to be real. I wish I did. But, it's like, to me, I don't know. It's like, I want to be better at guitar. Like, I know people who can just, like, play a song, be like, there's this song, and they learn the song, but it's like, I just, like, the only, like, you know, I've, you know, been playing music basically my whole life, but really, I follow very few principles, you know, I don't know. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it's like, I know how little I know, so I'm not trying to, like, fake it and pretend I know more than I know. But, like, I've always been more, like, you know, I tried studying jazz. Like, my dad's a jazz guitarist, so it's like my whole life playing guitar was like me. You know, my first bands were like punk bands and stuff, so it's, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, that's whatever. This is, you know, but I was more into, like, punk and metal. My first band was called AMF, which stood for America's Middle Finger. You know, but, I don't know. Well, I've always, with guitar, well, first off, my first instrument in a band, my first instrument ever was guitar, but I never really felt like I could play it because I learned this when I was like 5 or 4. And I've pretty much been working on that my entire life. So So it's like the blues is accessible to anyone. Anyone who picks up the guitar can play the blues. The guitar is tuned naturally to just fit the blues. You know, you have your 1, you can go down to 5. You know, you can go up to 4. You can go back to 5. You can back home to 1. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But basically I'm just saying that's like, it's just a fun thing. Like, people get too hung up on like, you need to do one thing with the guitar. Just have fun, man. Like, I just love, I like, my left hand is pretty just like, I've never, like, people who do solo stuff, like, it's always been so tricky for me. Like, when I learned guitar, my left pinky would stick straight up in the air like this. Like, I was, like, sipping tea or some shit, trying to be all fancy. So, to, like, this chord, is like, it might be, like, a little out of tune. A little out of tune. Whatever, close enough. Hey, what's up, guys? Oh, appreciate you. The only annoying thing about this guitar is I keep hitting the volume, so you get these swells. Yeah, Zoid, my sub count's going up and down, you know? The thing is, people create fake accounts, so they'll create accounts for, you know, but really YouTube only counts your one main account. So if you're creating multiple accounts and then you sub to people off of those multiple accounts, YouTube then goes through and deletes those accounts. So if anyone's creating fake accounts, it's actually really bad for the creator. So that's why you kind of see my sub count going up and down, because people, while maybe they're trying to support, but if they're doing it with accounts that aren't real, it then gets taken off, you know? No, I'm in the same way. Like, I was up to, see, I kind of gave up. I realized the sub count thing is just going to take a really long time. I kind of got in my head, like, well, what if I do this every day? Like, you know, I was kind of just like, okay, you know, I got momentum going. Like, what if I do this? Like, maybe we can, you know, maybe we can get there sooner rather than later. So I'm still going for that goal. I still think it's possible, but I'm just not going to get all hung up on it, because I also realized, and this was like that first time when Zoid was like making a joke, like everyone, because I was like, I'm going to keep going until, you know, it's like, as long as you people are subscribing, like, I'll keep going. And then you're like everyone unsub so he keeps going. And it's like, it's just a joke. I get that. But like, I realized that moment I needed to check myself, because I was getting emotionally invested in the subscription counts. You know, because then I'm like, you know, you realize that that's how easy it is. Like, the subscription is just a single click. But I have people where they try and make a point to me, where they'll throw a big temper tantrum. They go like, all I did was ever try and support you, so now you're back to 14 subscription counts. And they'll like unsub, and then it's like, bink, goes down 1. And it's like, it's meant to be like an attack of like, like, fuck you, I don't want to see you fail. Now you've lost me as a supporter. You know what I mean? So I realized that I just can't control anyone. You know, people are free to do whatever the fuck they want to do. So all I can do is just, you know, put myself out there. And what I notice is that, like, some people will like me for one thing, Like, I had this more on Twitch than YouTube, but I still get on YouTube, but I would have people where they'd be, like, really into one thing, but then I do another thing on stream, and then they come in, like, a couple days later, see me do this other thing, and they go, what the fuck are you doing, man? And then they unsub, and they'll, like, yell at me and stuff, you know? And I'm just like, who the fuck are you? You know, so streaming, you almost just put yourself out there of just, like, you know, you have to kind of just condition yourself to bullshit. Yeah, we're not stopping until we get to 1K subs. I just realized 1K subs is going to take a lot longer. I kind of got... I was kind of hopeful that maybe we could hit 1K subs within the year. That's honestly was my goal. But I just realized that to do that, there's a lot of things that I'm going to need to do to make some changes and do it the right way. It's like not, you know... There's clearly a lot of you viewers who are subscribing to me that know a lot more about YouTube than I do. So it's like you guys are able to hit these like 1,000 view counts, and you know there's things you can do. I get it. I just am learning those things. So to me this is still like an investment in my future, because that's how I'm viewing this. It's just like for all the little time that I'm kind of like, you know, putting in this, I just feel like it in down the road, you know, it could pay off. So that's why keep going to the 1,000 subs, and then I feel like it'll start growing exponentially. Once you start hitting a certain point, like maybe we get into the hundreds, maybe the sub counts will start growing by, you know, larger numbers. But you know, right now it's like I can kind of count. I'm just like, because also this is the thing too, Zoid, is like YouTube tells me when it's a legit subscriber. Like, I'll get 2 new subscribers, but it gives me an alert and says, this person subscribed to you and this person subscribed to you. But sometimes it goes up by 8. And then it's like, it only tells me that one person subscribed to me, but I get 8 counts on a subscription. So those subscriptions start to drop down because, you know, they're not off of the main account. Can I yell to people on Twitch? I'm not sure I understand what that means. Do I recommend shorts, trying a variety of content, then comparing numbers and interacting with others? Interaction breeds interest. Yeah, Psycat, exactly. Like that's kind of why I want to, yeah, shorts I think is the way to go. I'm considering getting back on TikTok, because I realize that if you do want to grow by numbers, you kind of need to do that. But, yeah, in terms of the content too, switching up the content, there's a lot. I just, you know, I recognize that I'm still in that kind of like scuffed zone of streaming because of the camera quality and just, I'm essentially just sitting in my room. But there's a lot of streamers that are just sitting in their room. You know, most streamers are. So then it's about just putting a nice little wrapping paper and bow on the package so people go, oh, okay, let's see what we got here. You know, so I think Psycat mentioned this that I want to start doing, is just taking photos of me so I actually have my face in the thumbnail. Because right now I'm just being really lazy with the thumbnail, but I realized that the thumbnail is extremely important. So initially I maybe was pulling in people because I was using cute hamster photos, but now it's kind of like I just keep using the same hamster photos, so it's like, okay, you've now done that too much, you know what I mean? Does have various socials. Yeah, exactly. That's what I kind of need to. And that's why, honestly, I was considering starting a new YouTube channel and kind of just starting over and then just reconnect with, you know, you guys, you know, Jake, the few people who have subbed to me, kind of like reach out to the subs that I do have. Because I'm still in such a new phase that, I don't know. But I also wonder if that makes any sense, because my account's been around since 2006. The only thing I want to change is my link to my account. I want to change it to be like a... no, Zoid, I'm not translating anything. Just so you know, I'm not going to translate stuff. I know a small YouTuber who has a whole Reddit for himself, and he'll let his fans post on and then check in on it a few times a month. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's kind of what it's about, too. So that's why, yeah, you know... Okay, yeah, there's different ways. Yeah, I kind of mess with that. Like, I created a Discord and kind of shut it off, so I need to kind of build that up. Oh, fans post memes. He makes a video about memes. Yeah, that's dope. You can't just jump to the Reddit gig, obviously, but it can be done once you have a consistent viewer base of a few people. Yeah, actually, I'm the same way. I kind of like don't go on Reddit. And it's nothing against Reddit. Like, my buddy is heavily into Reddit. He sends me Reddit posts constantly. And Reddit seems cool. It seems like a good community and stuff. So it's like I get that Reddit is a whole thing into itself. But I'm gonna be real. It strikes me as too similar to 4chan, which I got traumatized from back in the day. So I just avoid any of those kind of like sites, anything like that. Like, if I'm being real, I only really go on Google. I go on Gmail, so anything tied to Google, I guess. I go to YouTube. I go to archive.org. I go to a few other sites I'm not going to mention. But that's about it, man. I have like maybe like 15 websites I kind of visit. But I just know so little about the internet. Like, I just, but also it's because in the past when I've gone on sites where I'm just like, you know, I just don't trust myself on the internet. I feel like a small fish in shark-infested waters. So I just kind of stick with what I know, you know? I remember back in the day I tried going on like Omegle and I got a virus like within a couple minutes and it just fried my computer. And I was like, what the fuck? See, that's my number one with social media and stuff is my mental health. Like, I'd almost rather, I would prefer, not almost, I would prefer a slower trajectory, but maintain my own, you know, mental state of being than, you know, start loading up to all these social media accounts and stuff, pull in a large audience, but then be subject to the abuse that can go with that and just all the turmoil you put yourself through. Because I'm gonna be real, like, you know, I dealt with a lot of kind of like evil trolls on, oh yeah, for sure. But I dealt with like a lot of like evil on Twitch when I was streaming there. Like straight up just like predatorial evil kind of trollish behavior to where it just really kind of like You know, that's kind of why I'm on YouTube. You know what I mean? Because I was like, you know what? Fuck this place. Like, these people are just not my people. You know. Which there were some cool people there, but there was just people who would just come in and just be like, you know, we can shut your shit down, right? Goodbye. You know, and you're just like, fuck. Like, what did I do to you? But yeah. I died to the snail because it catches me in my sleep. Sorry, I just don't understand what that means. I die to the snail because it catches me in my sleep. Isn't that like a meme or something where it's like, would you rather this or a snail that kills you in your sleep or something? Isn't that a would you rather this or that? Or sorry, that's just like what I was like, hold on, wait, what? Good old Elon. That's actually not Elon, that's actually his robot self. You have to look at the POV I put in chat to know what Psycat was talking about. I don't even know how to do that, bro. My phone has it set to top chat, so I really don't know how to change it. Oh, here we go, live chat. Okay, hold on. Oh, POV, you click a button for $1 million in more. Oh yeah, that's the question I saw. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't know why it blocks when you put POV and then it some like blocks it from top chat. Also, I didn't see anything in binary, so I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, okay. Back can't handle that position no more. No more that position can't my back can't do. Lord of mercy.
Hang on. You keep him as close to you as you possibly can.
Oh,
And try to recover.
my
but you're
back.
still feeling
All right,
well,
I need to
but
eat some food.
at this point, it's still early
I
in
need
the
to eat
second
some
round.
food. Did you guys eat yet today? Oh, you just said you were making 2 a.m. breakfast. Good call.
Do I want to just rush to get back up to my feet for more of those left kicks?
Let's go, Cubby. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go, Cubby. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go, Cubby.
Like this, try to force
Let's
yourself
go,
into a submission
Swanson.
situation. Get on top so that you can use your ground and pound and make Martinez give up his neck.
No.
Doesn't look like it's going to happen at the moment. I think Martinez's strength was possibly a bit underestimated in this matchup.
I mean, if you think about it, from 145 to 135, that 10 pounds, yeah, it's not a ton of difference, but we're still fast, we're still strong at 135 compared to 145. That 45, you're just a little bit beefier, you're a little bit stronger, or a little bit taller, and a little bit longer. And that's why so many fighting 45ers have dropped to 35, because, you know, the sport is evolved, and 45ers are now bigger, 35ers are now bigger, 55ers are now bigger, 70-pounders are not bigger, so guys are dropping down, and everything's equating itself out.
That is science, Zoid. You, sir, are a gentleman and a scholar.
Oh, he's not little. He's not little, he's tall. And then you gotta remember, he's a southpaw, so he even seems longer.
Why is this thing always playing? Shut up. You want to do a guitar thing or Georgia tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm actually working on it because I want to add those to the solo set.
Yeah, because I've been working on this, just that you know, that thing that you showed me. But what I found is this, or this chord, can resolve to. That one right there. So I've been playing around with that just. That sounds like it's kind of in a weird position. But basically just playing with those chords you gave me and then figuring out ways to make sweet sounding chord progressions across the neck by just linking bar chords, which I'm already comfortable with the fancy jazz chords you taught me. And I know that intellectually I could just look up the chord and figure out music theory wise what goes with it. So that's really the way, but I've been kind of just playing around with
Most things is I could just learn Georgia and analyze the chords, which you will see is right there at the start.
yeah.
And just learn that and feel it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because like right now I'm playing through the amp and I've got like a couple viewers and they're just hanging out listening to me just improvise on the guitar and I'm like, you know what? I should just really take this, you know, like the Georgia thing serious because it's like you know, they can probably hear me right now anyways, yeah, it just made me like, yeah, this is amazing. You know what I mean?
I practiced that one with King just today, so I crack on to the stuff.
Yeah, because they were just commenting like, oh, you actually seem to know what you're doing on the guitar. I'm like, you know, I'm really trying to like, I don't actually know any songs, so I realize I'm just improvising everything, but to actually start, you know, like you doing, like practicing a song and then improvise in between. I'm like, I could set up an hour set each day and feel like what you're doing, but do it live, and I can, I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, thank you. Yeah, sounds good. Your love. Fart noises with my mouth. Imagine being half a cat. Like, where did the other half go? The other half became Psy. Yo, Psy Cat, yo, Zoid. Oh, that's funny. Zoid, I'm not gonna lie, man. I feel like you legit have a future in comedy. I don't know if that's something you're interested in, but little comments like that are just, they're unique and they're very enjoyable. So I appreciate you, you know? I'm a big supporter of comedy. And when I see, it's like the same way with like when I was teaching martial arts. When I see someone who has just like a natural gift, or music too. If I see someone who has a natural gift for music or martial art, I'm like, hey, like maybe consider pursuing this, you know. But through your chat, I have just come to the conclusion that you have a developed sense of humor far beyond your years. I don't actually know how old you are, but you just strike me as innately funny, which is a rare thing. That is a gift, sir. You know, that is a. I'm also assuming you're a young man, but I don't actually know. So it's the internet. Who the fuck knows? But yeah, I just all I'm really getting at is everyone has their own like little unique gifts and traits and stuff. So the the coconut eater, you are a coconut eater. That's funny. But the imagine being half a cat. Like, where did the other half go? Like, I don't know if you just heard that and stole that, but even if you did, that's funny. Like, that's a good place to start. Just kind of like reiterate that kind of stuff, you know? Like, I'm pretty sure that's how Eddie Murphy started. I think Eddie Murphy just like as a kid was just glued to the television and would just like memorize comedy bits and stuff like that. So, yeah, anyways, I just had to mention that because you consistently make me laugh, with your humor. So I like that. Like a third of your age. Yeah, I kind of picked up on that. That's why I'm kind of like, like even the other day when I was kind of explaining, just know that it's like I'm more just trying to, there's actions and people on the internet where I'm just like, oh my god, this person is like, what the hell's going on? Get the hell away from me, blocked out. You know what I mean? But like you in particular, I just, I appreciate you. That's really all I'm getting at. So even like the times in the past where I've been like, what the hell, man? It's just that's the reality of growing up. There's boundaries in life. There's things, and you just kind of learn that, But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I'm just rambling. You're a good dude, and you're funny. So keep pursuing that. I don't know if that's something you're interested in, but I calls it like I sees it. The half a cat line is just, it's still cracking me up. Like, it's just, I can picture someone doing that in a stand-up comedy bit. Like, imagine waking up as half a cat. Like, where did the other half go? It's just it's such a stupid joke. But that's what makes it so brilliant, I don't know if you came up with that, but I like it, it's funny. Anyways. And Psycat, your response too is funny. His other half becomes Psy. But I don't know. That's the one thing that like my buddy with the whole Reddit thing, like he wants to get me on Reddit. Really, it's as much as he wants to get me on Reddit, what he's more into is showing me the Reddit comment section. Cause like even like YouTube, but like Reddit in particular. But there are just some brilliant just writers and comedians in the comment sections. That's kind of funny sometimes where you're like, this is clearly people's lives, that they just live for this opportunity to post something and then have people click and like it, and they're sitting there going, ha ha. Like I was thinking about that almost like in dark reality comedy kind of thing. Like someone there, that there's people out there that like, I'm not trying to say it sounds mean, but it's like whatever's going on in their life, that really the best thing they have going on in their life is when they go on like Instagram or something, comment on someone's post, and then people like their comments. So it's like that's what they live for, And I'm only speaking that from first-hand perspective because I remember like I rarely did comments, but it's like I'd do a comment, I would get like 3 likes, and I'm sitting there going like, oh, someone else liked it, and I'm just like, holy crap! Imagine people who get thousands of likes and actually feel like they're famous. So then I was imagining someone who's like, oh yeah, you might know me. I frequently post on The Rock's Instagram account. I'm usually at the top. Yeah, so you probably know me. You know what I mean? Like, that there's some delusional person out there like that. But anyways, yeah. So going back to the whole mental sanity of social media. That's why I don't really go on social media. Like I kind of deleted Instagram off my phone because it's just more that I just log on and do it too often. Don't put gum in your shoe because then you'll have gum in your shoe. I feel like, Zoe, you should write fortune cookies. You could for sure just write fortune cookies and just mess with people. And I'm like, what? Be a good fortune cookie. I had a buddy in high school. He was extremely impulsive. He would just do very stupid things because like in the moment he thought it was funny and then like realized afterwards he's like, what the hell am I doing that? So we were sitting at a I think I was a senior at the time, so I was in high school, and I was sitting there sorry, rambling, lost my time. I was sitting there next to my 2 buddies, and my buddy next to me, we're in my group of friends basically. So one of our buddies is sitting directly in front of us, in the row directly in front of us, and then my other buddy is like next to me on my left. And I see my buddy on the left going like, he's just giggling like a madman. He's going, and then I'm going like, what is he doing, And then he just kind of pulls the gum out of his mouth and goes, and just sticks it on the back of my buddy's head. So he just puts gum in my buddy's hair. You know, my buddy didn't have like longish hair, but still, I just remember because I'm sitting behind him too, and he just feels the back of his head and slowly turns around to look at us like, what in the fuck did you just do? You know? It was one of the most gangster things ever because he wasn't upset, but he was so ashamed of my other friend for being such an idiot. You know what I mean? Like, it was, I don't know, I thought it was kind of badass because like he didn't even, but he was just like, you had better get that thing the fuck out of my hair before I stand up or something like that. And I think my other buddy had to get like ice. I don't know. There's like tricks with gum in hair that you use. I think you use ice or something like that. But he was sitting there just trying to get the gum out of his hair for the rest of the meeting. And it wasn't even funny. It was actually like really fucked up. It was like, dude, what the fuck were you thinking? But yeah, anyways, that's what reminded me about your gum comment. Yo is chat's new catchphrase. Hey, what's up, Laz? How you doing? Yeah, yo will be the official catchphrase. Put it on t-shirts. There we go. Yo's a good response.
That kick is there, the right hook. Let's see if Gumbo looks like back in this.
Oh! Cubby, let's go, baby. Big uppercut, big right hand.
That's what you're seeing. Cub to side and let his hands go.
Yeah, he did.
Damn, Cub is coming for it now.
Just put me down like that. This is good to see from Cub. Get a little confidence going, but man, those kicks. Yeah, that time they land, I cringe.
That kick is nice.
There's a left hook.
No. Ah!
Now,
Oh, God.
Martinez just takes the top position.
I have to rewind.
And Cub's looking to, stay out of the
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I think for Cub, right, you hang on, you keep him as close to you as you possibly can right now.
Yo.
And you try to recover.
Chilling, Blast. Watching fights from last night. There were some live fights, so I'm watching them tonight. But I'm going real slow with them. There's been a couple fights that were incredible. Like the...
Do I want to just rush to get back up to my feet from more of those left kicks?
I'd say 3 fights so far have just been, like, amazing.
It's probably what I would think would be your best situation.
This one I'm a little emotionally invested in because Cub Swanson's been fighting before I got into MMA, I think. You know, he's old school, so I'm kind of watching. He went down in a weight class, so I'm kind of watching him not get dominated, but Zoe, you're just dropping facts right now. Has anyone ever seen or heard of the movie The Mystery Men? It's old school with Ben Stiller. It's got a bunch of famous actors, but it's like it's yeah, it's like a group of superheroes, but they're not really superheroes. Like, there's only one person who maybe has like superpowers, because she like throws. Like, her dad died, and so she took his skull and put it into a bowling ball. So she has her, like, dad's skull in a bowling ball. So her nickname is the Bowler. And she just has, like, this spirit-possessed bowling ball that she can then open up and throw, and the bowling ball will just go around and whooping everyone's ass. So she's the only one with, like, a legit kind of superpower. But, like, Ben Stiller's character, I think his name is Mr. Fury. And he just gets really angry. So he just, he just starts like spitting stuff. There's another guy named the Shoveler. So he's just a guy with a shovel. And so he just beats people with a shovel. There's another guy named the Blue Raja, who's actually he's one of the voice. He's the voice of Mo on The Simpsons. I'm blanking on his name, but yeah. So he plays the Blue Raja, and his thing is that he throws forks. So he's like. All his buddies like, why can't you just throw knives? Like, come on, man, just throw knives. He's like, no, I throw forks. That's what I do. So he has like a cutlery collection. He'll just be like, shh, and just like throw forks and just, he's incredible with it. But like one time they're fighting and he accidentally throws a spoon at the guy, so the guy gets hit with the spoon. Just like, what the fuck? Yeah, so it's a ridiculous movie. They have the guy who plays Pee Wee Herman, who he's I think his name's Skunk, and he just farts. He goes, pull my finger. And they pull his finger and he just lets out a horrible fart. So ridiculous movie. But anyways, there's one guy who's kind of like becomes the leader of the group, who's named the Sphinx, and his whole thing is he says these like ridiculous phrases, but the way he says them, they sound like they're just like some Yoda kind of thing. And then like later, Ben Stiller's character kind of calls him out. He's like, "Oh yeah, you mean like this?" So anyways, that's kind of what you're kind of throwing out there right now, Zoe. Does that same kind of vibe? Yeah, it's gonna be out of focus just because yeah, right. It is pretty horrifying. Yeah, this camera kind of sucks, and also I think with the light, so that's why I initially had it set up for Hampterton, because yeah, I was just kind of like whatever. But yeah, I gotta figure. Honestly, I think with the blurriness, it's like I gotta figure out. I think lighting's gonna be the key because I think right now it's more so that I have this light on is then screwing with the. So let me see if that helped. But yeah, we'll find out. But yeah, it's like my camera just doesn't know what to adjust on. I think it's like anytime I have like a light source uh, behind me, it just kind of see every time I'm watching it now. It's like when I lean back into the light source, it kind of gets screwed up. But I think that might have helped a little, but still. Yeah, it does that. It's just I like I said, I think the camera is not the best, obviously, but it just I think in order to use it, you have to kind of know what you're doing with the lighting in order to use it to its full potential, which I just frequently just do not deal with at all. Right? I know it's magic. No, I was watching that. You controlled it with your mind. Rat plus cat equals feed cat. Get the fuck out of here. Hey, 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 get the fuck out of here. Hey. A lot of you guys are gonna think I'm being a hater, but I'm gonna tell you why this is a mistake for Alexander Volkanovski. Alexander Volkanovski, number one, you're gonna get that second title shot. Why don't you just win? If for some reason Charles Oliveira pulls out of the fight, because that's the only guy that will literally pull out of the fight because of weight issues or X, Y, and Z. I'm not making weight. With that being said, if let's say hypothetically, if you were to fight a guy like Islam Makachev, that's the worst matchup that you could ever pick. It's not a smart idea, Alexander. I'm gonna give you an example. Like for me, I will never be a replacement fight. You know why? Because I take my credentials too serious, as I should. I take my career, my legacy too serious, as I should. You are pound for pound right now. You will lose that. A lot of you guys are gonna. Yo, wait, who is this? Drake. No, Aubrey, I don't. No, Aubrey, it's not like that. Aubrey, you know you're my steak. You're my steak. Coworker. Yo, Aubrey. It's nice to finally meet you, bro. Um,
cool. It's cool because we're both Jewish, you know. So it's cool, bro. And let me know whenever you wanna, you know, gamble. Yeah. All right, bro. Nice. I heard you wanna smoke with me. What's up, bro? Yo, wait. Who is this? Yo, I heard you wanna smoke with me, bro. Drake. Let me know what it is. I'll pull up now. Okay, no fun. No, Aubrey. I don't. No, Aubrey. It's not like that. Aubrey, you know you're my steak. You're my steak.
So this is example. I'm reading the comments section of a video where I guess Drake popped into a call with Aiden Ross, which is just stupid. I don't know why I'm watching it, but I'm reading the comments and it's so funny. It's like they're all just going off of this one thing. So I think this is what you have a future in, Zoid. These kind of not future, just do this. It's funny, but he goes. First guy goes, Drake the type of dude to wiggle his toes after he takes his socks off. Drake the type of guy who says, looks like we got company when the ops pull up. Drake the kind of dude to say, now I need something sweet after dinner. Drake's the type of dude to cover his homeboy's eyes and say, guess who? Drake's the type of dude to wiggle his fingers before grabbing a donut. Drake's the type of guy to say, well, 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 when encountering his nemesis. Dude, they just keep going. They just keep going. It's just non-stop. Drake's the type of dude to hold a mug of hot chocolate with both hands while looking out the window on a snowy winter's night. Jake the type of dude to put his hands behind his back and say, what you doing? Jake the type of dude to say, oopsie daisy, after he forgot something. Jake the type of guy to uncover a mystery and be like, guys, you might want to check this out. Jake the type of guy to say, yoo-hoo, when trying to get someone's attention. Jake the type of guy to start floating towards the scent of a pie. I can't, man. This is just too dumb. Oh my god. I'm like weak from laughing. If you're a sphere, then you're balling. That's good. Exactly. So wait. See, you're already off to a good start. Oh man. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think you just have the brain to craft these kind of jokes. Like watch maybe I'll send you a link, but if you can, Zoid, if you ever into comedy, check out a guy named Mitch Hedberg. So I'll send a link, but I'm gonna type it right here. But there's this one guy named Mitch Hedberg, and he's a legend. He's a legend in comedy. Let me see if I can find a link for you. But he just has his comedy is all like one-liners. It'll be like, I haven't slept for 10 days because that would be too long. Just shit like that, you know? It's just like, wait, what? I've always wanted to have a handcuff attached to my wrist. No, he's like, I've always wanted to have a suitcase handcuffed to my wrist. All right. He's like, that's not a joke. That one's filler. He's like, I like escalators because the escalator is never actually broken. It's just temporarily stairs. Sorry for the convenience.
hungry and you want 2,000 of something.
Alright, so I'm just going to play a little snippet of Mitch Hedberg. So I don't know if you can hear this. I might get in trouble in this video, you know, taken down. But I don't care because it's in honor of Mitch Hedberg. And I could send you the link, but I'm just going to play it. Because he's the best. Mitch Hedberg's the best. So this is off of the best of Mitch Hedberg video.
Applause breaks. Refried beans. I like refried beans. That's why I want to try fried beans, because maybe they're just as good and we're wasting time. I went to a pizzeria. I ordered a slice of pizza. The dude gave me the smallest slice possible. If the pizza was a pie chart for what people would do if they found $1 million, this dude gave me the donate it to charity slice. I would like to exchange this for the keep it. I tried to walk into Target, but I missed. I think the entrance to Target should have people splattered all around. I was walking by a dry cleaner at 3 a.m. and the sign said, "Sorry, we're closed." You don't have to be sorry. It's 3 a.m. and you're a dry cleaner. It would be ridiculous for me to expect you to be open. I'm not gonna walk in at 10 and say, "Hey man, I walked by at 3, you guys were closed. Somebody owes me an apology." I've been working. Hey, that's right. You guys did that for my mom. I find that Duck's opinion of me is very much influenced over whether or not I have bread. A duck loves bread, but he does not have the capability to buy a loaf. That's the biggest joke on the duck ever. Like if I worked at a convenience store and a duck came in and grabbed a loaf of bread with his beak and walked out, I let him go. I said, "Come back tomorrow, bring your friends." I bought a 2-bedroom house, but it's up to me how many bedrooms there are, though, isn't it? This bedroom has an oven in it. This bedroom has a lot of people sitting around watching TV. This bedroom is AKA a hallway. This bedroom...
Alright. I'm gonna post the link.
Isn't it?
Oh, you can hear it perfectly.
This bedroom has an oven in it. This bedroom has a lot of people sitting around watching TV. This bedroom is AKA a hallway.
Simply Spiked Lemonade. Your favorite lemonade brand, now Spiked.
Yeah, Mitch Hedberg is one of my favorite comedians of all time. Exactly. Exactly. Keep at it, Zoid. I don't know, man. Even if you're just like reading stuff and then copying what you're reading, like that in itself is the start of any path. You know what I mean? You got to kind of study who are doing it. But you're consistently, you know, bring in laughter. You know what I mean? So that I don't know. I just think that is a gift that you should not let anyone. I just know, like, having been a teacher and then having been like the class clown myself, you know, people will try and like kind of like beat that out of you. They don't want you to make jokes. They don't want you. You know what I mean? When you like you hear any class clown, like they're just like, you know, school is kind of hell because they were just kind of focused on making their friends laugh and stuff. You know, so I get that too. So it's like the pursuit of comedy is kind of like, you know, a lot of times comedians in general, like stand-ups especially, they're kind of miserable people. A lot of comedy comes from pain and things like that. But, you know, having said all that, you know, doesn't mean you have to go into stand-up. Doesn't mean you just seem like a naturally funny person. So I'm just trying to, you know, hammer that point in because it's a gift. It is truly a gift. Humor is a gift. That will carry you so far in life. You know?
I think Martinez's strength was possibly a bit underestimated.
Like, sorry, I just have to go on. Like, humor is just like, it is so magical because it just elevates people, you know? And people just, you know, it's like you get all hung up, but it's like, you know, even if someone's miserable or whatever, like a well-timed joke or something just kind of makes people feel better. So I just always, comedy is just why I'm still alive. You know what I mean? I just, like growing up, I listen to sketch comedy, I listen to stand-up and stuff, but I would listen to it on repeat. Like I would just listen to those CDs start to finish over and over and over again. And I remember like people around me would just go crazy. They're like, what the fuck is wrong with this kid? Why won't he stop? Why does he keep playing this stuff? But to me, it was better than any song, anything. Like I just love those stand-up CDs. So yeah, anyways.
45 to 135.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah, it's not a
I'm still watching the Cub Swanson fight because, like, I really want Cub Swanson to win. So I just keep kind of going back through the fight to just kind of, like, I don't know. I'm trying to, like, observe what's going on. Right now, his opponent's doing really good, though.
Because, you know, the sport is evolved, and 45ers are now bigger, 35ers are now bigger, 55ers are now bigger, 70-pounders are not bigger, so guys are dropping down, and
Like little moments like that. So it's like, okay, how did he stand up? He's been down for about 3 minutes of this round. Really, it came from one little sneaky uppercut. So he's kind of like down on the ground like this, and the guy's over top of him, and he did this. He went, pop! He punched the guy from behind him from here, and then he was able to slide the left shoulder out to get out from under the guy's head pressure. So yeah, we will continue. But yeah, I'm weird when I watch fights. I don't typically watch them like most people. I will just like stop and repeat certain moments just until I can kind of like understand what the hell's happening. You know. Love this shit. You know, thankfully I haven't gotten so the only thing that I seem to get in trouble for when I'm watching UFC fights and streaming, I mean, obviously I'm not showing the screen, so I'm being careful about that. But I think what I really need to be careful about is whatchamacallit? Is when fighters walk out, they'll play a song. You know, they have their walkout song. So that's when I've streamed on UFC. I've gotten in trouble because those songs are copyrighted. But it's not like I'm trying to redistribute, you know, the commentators, you know, talking either. So maybe I should just keep it on quiet. But that's kind of the only down thing with streaming is I guess you just need headphones as a streamer, because then you can listen to whatever the hell you want. You don't have to worry about it, you know, getting streamed on your streams. Streaming on the streams. Oh Lord. Do 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 do. Oh, so Zoe, this is something that happened to me. So regarding humor, when I think I was like 11 or 12. If you're crying, stop. If you're homeless, just buy a house. I like this. I like this. It's facts, science. If you're crying, stop. That's a good way to get someone to stop. But that was actually something. That's a good example. Do you guys know the streamer IShowSpeed? He's a YouTuber. I don't think he's on Twitch. I think he's just on YouTube. I'm not sure exactly though. But I was watching a clip of him. He's like whatever. I don't really like watch his streams or anything. But I've seen clips. I've been aware of him for a while. I like when he does stuff with his dad. I think it's funny. And the more I've kind of seen him like later, I'm like, oh, he's hilarious. This guy is just pure. He's just comedy. I was watching a clip with him and his dad. And his dad was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know? And I was like, okay, this guy's funny. But he did one thing that I thought was really... It made me just like... I was like, he won me over in this moment. I was like, all right, I'm down with this guy. I like him. he was doing it. I don't know if he's on Omegle or what, but he's just kind of like scanning through random people, and then he comes across this girl, and she just says, I forgot what she said. He's like, "How are you doing?" or something. Like, "When do you be my friend?" I don't know. Something. I don't know. It was something lighthearted. I don't know. It was something along the line. Like, you could tell this girl just had a lot of pain, basically. And I've been there. So the girl's coming at it with that, like, dark humor, that aggressive dark humor, because you can tell that she's living a reality where she's suffering, but there isn't really anyone there around her who can relate to what she's going through. So I could feel for her in that moment, but he said something along the lines of, like, "Don't you have any friends?" I don't know what he said, but it was something along the lines of friends, I think. And then she responded with, "Well, my dad was my best friend, but he died," or something like that. And then Speed, it's like, and this is what happens when, like, you're a kid and you talk about the death of parents and stuff. People get really uncomfortable. So Speed's like, "Oh, come on, man, fuck, like, oh, I'm sorry." And then he's just like, "Can I try and make you laugh?" And she goes, or can I try and make you smile?" And she goes, "I don't know. Can you bring my dad back to life?" And he's just like, fuck, man, fuck. He's like, so you can tell it's like, you know, he just can't really. But then he goes, "All right, can we pray for your dad real quick? Can we just pray for your dad?" And you can tell she's like, "Okay, thank you." And you can tell it's kind of like a genuine thing. So she was like, "All right, close your eyes." So they both close their eyes, and then Speed does this. He's like, he starts making these like demon voices. And the girl's like, "What the fuck?" And she just starts genuinely laughing. And he goes, "Hey!" Like, he gets mad at her for laughing while he was trying to pray or whatever. And I just love that moment so much because, you know, I can kind of relate to what the girl's going through. And not a lot of people are going to take that chance with something as serious as, like, you know, the loss of a parent. You know, people just kind of, you know, death. People tiptoe around it. But it's like, when you've been in that, it's like you long for that. Like, I remember I was playing Cards Against Humanity with my friends, and this other guy I didn't actually like at all. He was a total asshole. But in this moment, I was like, "Oh, dude, you rock." So Cards Against Humanity is basically, I haven't played it in a while, but it's along the lines of, like, you have a subject or something, and then, like, a question. I don't remember what it is. It's like you have a question. I'm blanking on it, but it's basically like everyone kind of like gives they have cards, and then they put down their card with some statement or thing or whatever that's supposed to match the card that you had. I'm totally butchering it because I haven't played it in a minute, but it's something along those lines. I can't remember. Anyways, I'm butchering. Basically, we were playing Cards Against Humanity, and then someone put down a dead mother card on when I was up, and everyone in the room was like, "Oh," like that guy just crossed the line. And for me, I just died laughing because I was like, "No, this guy has the balls to go for a dead mom joke with me. Fuck yes." Like, none of you guys have the testicle fortitude to fucking go for that. So he wins. You know what I mean? So I went for it. It's like, and that's the thing, you know, with comedy, is it like alleviates that pressure, you know. So I just, you know, I've always been like drawn to dark comedy. Like, when I was a kid, sorry, I go all over the place. When I was a kid and I was 11, we had to write memoirs for what your life will be like 20 years in the future. And what's funny is now I'm actually in the time where I wrote the memoir, so maybe it's not that far off. But when I was 11 or 12, I wrote, you know, 20 years from now, this is what I see my life. And basically my life was, I was homeless. I was a homeless beggar who pretended to be blind. So I was basically a scam artist. And I would just go around the street begging for money with my little blind stick. And then occasionally people would, you know, people would give me money, but then occasionally people would get upset with me, and they wouldn't give me money. So they would start to recognize me and know that I'm not actually blind. So then they would just like knock me out for trying to like get money for being blind. And also I would like smack people with my stick if they didn't give me money. So I had like weird details in there. So because all the people who were sick of me pretending to be blind, all the locals, would then whoop my ass, and then I would frequently take trips to the hospital. But then I noticed that I was getting sicker and sicker So I was having to do more and more trips to the hospital. And then I woke up one time in the ambulance, and I realized that the ambulance drivers were stealing my organs and selling them on the black market. Granted, this is all the writings of an 11-year-old who's writing like a memoir, and everyone else's memoir is like, I'm gonna have 3 kids, and I'm gonna be a doctor, or I'm gonna be a veterinarian, and I'll have horses, I'll live on a ranch. And this is like mine, it's just very dark. So then it was like, so I was like, okay, so you know, I had like lost my liver to the paramedics, and I think I woke up and they were like putting my organs on ice or something, and I woke up and I was like fighting them with my cane. And then it was like I had to go to the black market to go get my organs back. But in my childhood brain, the black market was just some warehouse, like on a farm somewhere, where there was, in my brain, it was like filled with the Yakuza, but in my brain the Yakuza were like ninjas, because I didn't know any better. So I knew the term Yakuza, but I didn't know who they were. So it was like I had to go down to the black market, which was just a warehouse, like just a big barn warehouse, and go get my organs back and go fight the Yakuza. And I showed it to my teachers, and my one teacher loved it. She thought it was hilarious. And then my other teacher was kind of the head of the class, hated it and was mortified and thought that I should be in therapy or something. And I just remember everyone else had their stories published, and it was this whole book fair. And they put their memoirs in the book fair, and it was in the public, it was in the mall and stuff like that. And I was the one student who didn't have their memoir published, because my teacher was like, we can't publish this. And to this day, I am still very proud of that story. I'm just like, fuck you, man. That was awesome. Like, no one, like, I remember in I guess it was junior high, but I went to this school, and you had to meet with the teacher, and you had to like write some, they had like an interview process, and you had to like write I don't know, you had to like write some reasons like why you wanted to go to the school, and then they asked you a bunch of random questions to kind of like show your personality. And the whole idea was that, you know, it's like an exclusive school, but in reality I think it's just like, you know, if you're willing to pay for a stupid ass school like that, like they would let you in. You know what I mean? I that's probably the truth, but you know, they try and make you feel special. But so anyway, so one of the questions was, if you could have dinner with anyone in history, like any celebrity or anyone in history, who would it be? And like everyone wrote like Abraham Lincoln or some president or some bullshit like that. And I wrote Adam Sandler, and I just told why. And it was, you know, I grew up on freaking Happy Gilmore, you know, Billy Madison. I really just Happy Gilmore. You know, but I loved Adam Sandler, and I love comedy. And I remember the principal pulled me in after that, and she was like, you're the only one who gave us an honest response. Like, everyone just said some bullshit about, you know, they all said the same exact thing, but like, you're the only one who said like that, you know, Adam Sandler or something like that. And so yeah, I don't know, I just, all I'm getting at is pursue what you want to pursue. Go for what you want. I'm projecting this whole comedy thing on you because I like comedy. But comedy, like anything, you can be great at something, and it doesn't mean you have to go professional onto it, you know? You can just be great, and that's just who you are, you know? Anyways, I do these long rambles. I appreciate you guys for sticking with me. I'm slowly transitioning to my my old white hair phase, where I can just go, listen to me, Sonny, back in my day, Anyways, I just want you guys to know, you know, Psycat, Zoid, Velaz, all you guys, everyone in the chat right now, and everyone who frequents the chat, I appreciate you guys, you know? Hold on. Oh, hold on. Let me go back and make sure I didn't miss anything. No high speed. He's banned on Twitch. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, he seems like he would get banned. I feel like I remember when he got banned. Sebastian, if Ginyu used the body change on like Gogeta, what would happen if they defuse? Zoid, that's a really good question. You know what would be funny? You know what would be funny is if they, yeah, because that's a really good question. So, because how's, yeah, so they do the fusion dance and they stay fused for as long as their power level lasts, right? Or is it because Vegito, one of them has like a 30-minute span. Is it Vegito? No, it's Gogeta, isn't it? Is it? It only has when they fuse, they have 30 minutes, right? Or is it related to power draining? Because I thought Vegito initially was supposed to be permanent with the Potaro rings or Potaro earrings, but then later they're like, nah, it's not. It's not permanent. So I think they kind of switched it up, but I could be wrong about that. But it'd be funny if Ginyu goes into Gogeta, but then Gogeta splits, and now Ginyu is in both Vegeta and Goku, but because of the split, Ginyu's personality then splits. So maybe he's got like the good Ginyu in Vegeta and the evil Ginyu in Goku. So it's kind of like Boo versus evil Boo. You know what I mean? Back in the day when they did that, uh, and then you just have. You have Vegeta doing all the silly dances that Ginyu does with the pointed toes and everything, and then you have Goku who just turns into basically Goku Black, but Ginyu. You know? I don't know. That's good. I like this. See, that's another thing. Just thinking those questions, those what if things. Did you actually come up with that question, or is that a question that got posted, Zoid? A lot earlier this year and do things that I saw in his VR streams. Yeah, man. No, that's what I'm saying. I don't really watch. I don't really watch him because, you know. I mean, I don't know. It's just I don't really. I don't know. I watch streamers, but it's not like there's a I don't know. It's like I go through phases, you know, or you kind of get invested and stuff. But I'm not like, you know. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, I don't. I'm not like. But you know, he's all over the place. So I see his clips all the time. So it's not like I want to say that I never watch him or anything because I see his clips. He's constantly has like random clips. But yeah, he's funny. But yeah, anyways, that little interaction he had online, I just thought that was very as messed up as it sounds, because it's one of those things. It's like you don't want to you know, take the risk and make fun of someone who's, you know, suffering from loss or something like that. But at the same time, someone suffering, a lot of times that's all they need is someone to kind of, you know, treat them like a human again. Because it's like a lot of times when people are experiencing those, you know, tragedies in life, and they happen to everyone. Tragedy just happens, but it's like people want to pretend it's not going to happen to them, so they avoid it like the plague. So when they see it happen to someone near them, they almost don't even want to be like, they don't even want to be anywhere near that bubble of pain. They're just like, kind of like, you know. So like my experience with it was every single person in my life, like everyone in my school, especially all my teachers, like pretty much everyone came up to me at some point to say the exact same thing, and they said, you know, I'm so sorry for your loss. If you ever need anyone to talk to, I'll be there for you. And I know this is just from my own experience, and it's not fair to them, but it's like I realize that it's like a lot of them. I'm sure a bunch of them meant it, but I realize for the most part, it was just something people say to make themselves feel better. You know what I mean? Because reality was a lot of them didn't mean that. Because the reality of actually just sitting there and listening is a whole skill into itself that a lot of people aren't even capable of. Let alone, you know, something as impactful as the loss of a parent, you know, or mother in this case, especially for a lot of kids, you know. And I remember for me was that I had a few teachers who actually had lost their parents. You know, people didn't talk about it, but I think they had told us at some point. So I had a few teachers who had experienced that loss firsthand, And those were the teachers who never said shit to me. They never said anything to me. And I remember I was so mad at them growing up. I was so pissed off and hurt because I wanted them to come and talk to me. I wanted them because they actually had been through it, you know? And I wanted them to say something. But they didn't ever say anything. And I just thought it meant because they didn't like me or something. Like they didn't care. But now that I look back, I realize that they did care and they knew that nothing you can say is going to help. So it was more of if I needed to talk, you know, I would go to them and they would be there, you know, versus falsely opening a door. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But it took me a long time to understand that, you know. Because you do, it's like pain is weird. It's like your understanding of things shifts and morphs. Like Psycat and I were talking about that earlier. Like your perspective on the world will shift. You'll get caught up in this one thing, but then later in life maybe other things will happen that then shifts your perspective, and all of a sudden it's almost like you've gained new ground. You're able to climb to a new floor, like a new level of a tower or something, and it's like you're able to look at the landscape that is your life. You know, that is all your past experiences, and all of a sudden you're able to see it from a different perspective. So versus when you're a little bit down here, you're kind of like looking at it, but you're seeing it, you're block babying by some 2-story houses or something. You can't actually see what's going on there. But then all of a sudden you're like 5 levels up, you see past those houses, and you see there's this fucking like, there's a dope ass pool back there, and there's all this other stuff, and oh my god, there's a petting zoo over there. And I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm just visualizing it. My brain's weird, man. It's kind of visual, but just in terms of like you grow and your perspective changes, and it's good to kind of like, you know, it's not like you ever want to like dwell on things, but sometimes it's good to like revisit things and maybe shift your perspective on it and realize, oh yeah, maybe I wasn't, you know. Because I think this anytime you think you're in the right, you should be like, wait a second. Like that should almost be like a moment to be like, hold on. But I don't know. This is just how my brain works. I feel like I'm also trapped by thought. So maybe just don't listen to me. So I kind of frequently just gotta go, I did it. You know, my brain is in no way is this supposed to be like a you know, oh, this is like an intelligence thing or anything. Because if anything, it's crippling. But it's like oftentimes, like in a moment, my brain will like spout out like 10 alternatives. But it's not like you can actually comprehend it because it's in such an, I don't know how to explain it. But it's like rather than a thought, you have like 10 thought bubbles at once. And you're kind of like looking at them all and you're just kind of like, ha ha ha. You know? Yeah, you kind of just like don't. So it's like, I think at the end of the day, that's why it's like I'm so drawn to like martial arts, and it's like things, it's like the gut. You guys just listen to your gut, you know? Because I don't know. I see. I once again, I reiterate, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but I feel like the brain is in itself just a freaking computer. Like, I think people like to think their brain is their mind, or their soul, or their spirit, or it's their self or something. But it's like there's this separation of mind and... anyways, I'm getting into weird stuff. Sorry, yeah, this is what this rambling... I'm in a room by myself and I just start talking. So then it's just like I start going down weird trains of thought. But on that, I guess, to finish that, is like I realized at some point the computers are developed, I believe, based on the human brain. I could be wrong, but I believe that's where they started. I could be completely wrong, but I think that's kind of like how it started. And so, you know, when you think of like the brain as just a computer that you can then just install programs, the programs are then thought patterns. So it's like whatever you repeatedly think or do, that's what you are. So that's how I feel like you can kind of take control of your life and, you know, just your well-being, is just start instilling, well, no matter how hard it is. It's like pushing a boulder. It's not even a budge. You're sitting there thinking you're crazy for even trying to budge it at first. And then after a certain point, you just hear it go, You know, it starts, oh my God, we got something. And then all of a sudden it starts rolling and you're able to get it and you get that momentum. And it's like, I feel like that is a huge facet of life that a lot of people, they never get past that initial phase because it's tough. It could take 30 days. It could take, you know, years, you know? So it's like, it takes commitment, it takes vision, it takes persistence. And it takes that conditioning of just being able to just kind of like, you know what I mean? You kind of take it and you just kind of keep moving forward. You're not deterred. So you have to be tough. You know what I mean? You got to develop that. But going back is like, you can easily install positive habits and positive thought processes just as easily as negative habits and negative thought processes can be installed. Because sometimes it's not even you. To be able to like take the initiative and self-control to be able to like, this is the input that's going into my brain and this is what it is, you know, a lot of times it just comes from outside sources. You're not even able to, it's just happening. You know what I mean? Maybe you have an older sibling, maybe you have the kids at school, it's your parents, it's your family, it's whatever, you know, they're telling you who you are. They're, you know, and you're just trying to learn it yourself, you know, it's just like, it takes time to figure this stuff out. So it's so easy to just start going down, and then what I found, you know, with friends and stuff is then people get conditioned to, people don't like change, you know, people don't like change. So it's like a lot of times people get conditioned to you being a certain way, and then something happens, you know, time goes by and you're just like, you know what, I don't really feel like that anymore. I kind of feel more like this. And you might find that you'll have people in your life who are just like, no, what are you talking about? You're this. But that's not for them to decide. You know, that's only on, that's for you. And don't get me wrong, that also is like the sign of a true friend who can help keep you grounded, because it's like, it's a fine balance to walk. You don't want to just be like, no, you know, and just completely go back. But I guess a friend is someone that you can always go back to. You know, like you're able to take these journeys off into this area, but like you're still you, that core is there, versus like kind of that fake friend is like they only like you for this area that you offer, and then who, I don't know, man. I keep going on these. I'm just sorry. I'm gonna check the chat. Ramble City. I see jokes. I see Paris. I see France. I can't pull up the chat. It's black. This is what I'm waiting for. My phone sucks. Any minute now. Not trying to ignore you guys. Appreciate anyone who's still here. Hey, there we go. The boy band idea is funny too. Nuga lost his parents at such a young age, and unfortunately it twists his perspective on the value of human life. Any time anyone's relative died, he'd make nastiest comments. And honestly, yeah, it does. And that I'm sad to say, I'm sorry to say, but that's probably just him trying to. He sounds like he's been carrying a lot of pain for a long time, you know. So that nastiness, that kind of that viciousness, comes from a pain a lot of people can't even fathom. So everyone kind of processes things differently, but I totally get that. I totally get, you know, I see how that can be seen as like he's almost twisted and evil now, but I can also see where he's coming from as he's really in a lot of pain, you know, like a pain that will never heal. And that's the messed up part. I'm not trying to get too dark and real with this stuff, and you know, is that's the beauty in life too. Is that there are those things that are so powerful that, you know, when it's gone, there'll never be anything again like it, and you'll never experience anything like that ever again, because it was that moment, it was that person, that their love, whatever, what have you. But that's the beauty in it too, and that's the power, is when you feel something like that, don't let it go. Hold on to it, no matter, even if it hurts. like you always hear people about, like, you hear me, I've been going in and out of getting all choked up, but you know, I spent a lot of years of my life not being able to cry, so it's like, you know, you don't really want to necessarily do that. There's social cues and that kind of stuff, so I'm not saying you go like out and about, like, you know, I'm not saying you do that, but like, you know, we're just chilling here, but also, you know, I'm streaming, so maybe you're not supposed to be sharing this stuff, but I just feel as like men, we have to like, there's this whole like, oh, we gotta be like this or whatever. It's like, I think you have to be fully human. You know, just be. Don't. It's not like there has to be this projection of like masculinity where you have to be like, you know. But I'm also not saying you gotta be like soft and that, like, or anything like that. It's like you be all of it. You be just, you know, freaking. It's okay to have feelings, and it's okay to, you know, it's okay to be angry. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to, you know. Anyways, I don't know, man. I feel so preachy on here. Oh yeah, I didn't mean to say that you didn't too. Sans pain, but fortunately he was incredibly toxic and sour for it, so I had to cut him out of my life. No, good on you, Psycat. No, I totally get that too. Um, you know, no, and good on you. You have to like keep those boundaries with people. Like sometimes people will go down like dark paths, and it's like you just have to be like, you know, I still love you, bro, but you know, like I just can't see you like this, you know, and I can't be around this. I can't have that in my life, you know. So, um, you know, at the end of the day, you have to take your own well-being into control. That's it, you know. So it's like if someone else's behavior affects you negatively, yeah, by all means, like you got to get the fuck out of there. You know, that's better for everyone. You know, like it sucks for him, but then also that's on them to kind of, you know, recognize their behavior that's driving people away too. So, but I also get that too because, you know, I would say me and that guy are probably kindred spirits in a lot of ways. As I can relate to having people want to stay the fuck away from me and kind of actively driving people away too. So, you know, is what it is. That's life. Or so they say. What's that? That's a song, isn't it? I remember it's a Stevie Wonder. Let me find it. I gotta listen to Stevie Wonder now. I'm kind of in a weird mode now. I think I need to eat. When I don't eat, I get kind of I get a little emotional. Go through the motions. Um, Place in the Sun. Oh, what's that? It's Roosevelt quote, but my mom used to always tell it to me as a kid. She said, "This is why she wanted me to study martial arts and stuff." She would say, "Speak softly, but carry a big stick," which I always interpret as, you know, be kind, but be prepared to bash someone over the head with a stick if you have to. You know, just kind of fucked up, but it's I don't know, it's funny. All right, I'm gonna get in trouble for this. I'm gonna listen like this. Moving on, moving on. Oh, he's going all over the place. Right? I gotta just listen to him. No, my connection went out. Ugh. There's nothing more powerful than music, man. Christmas, but in December. Christmas in July commercial by H.H. Gregg. You have a Discord mod, pancakes. They might eat pancakes. Yeah. The record is 8 minutes 59 seconds. No, want to see something I can do though? I can read this entire book of Greek mythology in less than 3 seconds. You ready? It's a good book.
The right hook. See if Cub step back in this.
Swanson starting to put some movement.
Ooh, good punch.
He can knock out anybody when he sits on it and chooses to throw it. And that's what you're seeing. Cub decided to let his hands go.
Yeah, he did. He got up and he's like, listen, you're not going to just put me down like that. This is good to see from Cub. Get a little confidence going. Man, those kicks. Yeah, that time you land, I cringe.
That kick is nice.
There's a left hook.
Go again his hallway.
Heavy leg kick that time.
So I stole that. There's a you've probably seen the clip, but there's a guy. It looked like an African game show. I don't know what it was, but this guy comes up there and he's like, I can read these 5 books in like 5 seconds or something. He does just that. He goes like, you know, he just like reads through them. But then what made it so funny was the panel of judges got so upset with him, and they were just like, what is this? This is no skill. You don't understand it. And he goes, yes, I understand it. I read it. And then they're just like, no, this is... And then they start getting mad at him. And one of the guys goes like, I chew on your meat. It was just such a weird... Like, I don't know. It's just so funny, though. I recommend that. I wish I could find the clip. Let me see if I can find it. Man reads. And... fraction of... I'll have to find the clip. It's really funny. I just had to shout them out because they're the guys who did the joke. Cinnamon is up.
Decided to let his hands go.
Yeah, he did. He got up and he's like, listen, you're not going to just put me down like that. This is good to see from Cub. Get a little confidence going. Man,
good kick.
kicks. Yeah, that time you land, I cringe.
That kick is nice.
Heavy leg kick that time. He's got it into the inside.
That team has got some of the most devastating kicks.
Yeah, Chris Gutierrez is in the corner.
That's what I'm thinking about. Exactly. I saw him walk out with him. I'm like, well, between those two guys, they're breaking legs all over the place. Oh, boy.
Again, stopped in his tracks.
You know what, though? Cubs making this round a fight now.
The left leg of Swanson is compromised on the inside. Martinez just keeping him guessing with that left kick.
Yeah, Cub has a good poker face. I think that will hurt him.
Between the left high kick, the left inside kick, and the left teep. That's what Martinez is using.
Oh no! Oh my god! Holy shit!
That's what I'm thinking about. Exactly. I saw
What the fuck? No!
between those two guys, they're breaking legs all over the place.
Jesus! Oh!
Oh, boy.
Again, stopped in his tracks.
You know what, though? Cubs making this round a fight now.
The left leg of Swanson is compromised on the inside. Martinez just keeping him guessing with that left kick.
Yeah, Cub has a good poker face. I think that will hurt a bit.
between the left high kick, the left inside kick, and the left tee. That's what Martinez is using really well.
Oh, man. He rolls to his back, and
No.
that's going to do it. Jonathan Martinez kicks his way to his biggest victory. A leg kick TKO. Rare as it may be. As a win to remember for the Dragon.
And we haven't seen a leg kick performance like that. I don't know, since maybe Edson Barboza has
I think he broke it.
people with leg kicks. That is an emerging performance right there from Jonathan Martinez. You do something like that.
Poor Cub. Poor Cub, man.
You're going to be getting some bigger names in your future. Let's take a look again.
Jesus, no.
Just smashing the inside of that.
That's so bad.
He's such a dynamic striker, like Dom said, from that southpaw position, which already makes him extremely more dangerous than if he was even orthodox.
Yeah, he just couldn't take any more. Oh my God, Andy.
Unnecessary. That leg kick did it all. Bravo.
4 straight in the win column for Jonathan Martinez. Well, certainly bantamweights will start taking notice of this guy.
I think they've been taking notice, but now you beat a ranked opponent at 45 that came down, so yeah. You're right.
We'll make it official and hear from Jonathan Martinez. Coming up.
God, man, I was dreading that result. I've been watching this fight for like the past hour or so. Okay, he's standing. That's good. Okay, he's standing. I was worried he broke it. You could like see like something was sticking out right where he got kicked. So I was worried that was like a bone sticking out. Oh, his rib popped out. Oh, so it was the body kick before. Damn. Yeah, it's just accumulation of damage. Good on his opponent. The Martinez kid is nasty. That was rough to watch. I didn't want to see Cub lose. You never want to see your guy lose, though, you know.
Sportsbook. New customers can make a $5 month.
Oh, fuck, man.
TKO, Jonathan Dragon Martinez.
I'm here with the winner.
I thought his coach was going to kiss him. That'd be funny. His coach just starts making out with him.
Was a stellar performance against one of the UFC's
all right, have a good one. Have a good one, Zoid. Good night, brother.
I'm real emotional right now. I just worked so hard for this. You know, starting to pay off.
Still in shock. Was the game plan to come out here and utilize those leg kicks as well as you did?
Yeah, we worked on a lot of different tools, you know, my elbows and stuff like that. If it gets close, you know, I'm trying to get better every day.
You know, I was talking to Chris over here. You guys must have some of the most legendary sparring sessions in the gym between the leg kicks. And I was talking to Mark, you guys, you have some of the best kicks that I have seen, especially for MMA. Is that something that you guys are constantly working on in the gym to come in here and perform like that?
Yeah, we work on a lot of different things, you know. Just Chris, you know, my teammates, you know, everybody, you know, we work so hard and we just keep drilling. So.
And were you feeling the pressure, Jonathan, coming into this one? You know, this is definitely the biggest test that you've had thus far in your career, and that's what we were talking about. How is he going to handle the pressure? Co-main event against somebody like Cub Swanson. Were you feeling any of that? Because you handled it really well.
Reality, no, not really. You know, he breathed, so I just came in and I had a job to do and stuff.
Well, you did that job, and listen, I know you're a man of few words. You let your actions speak.
I want to get this fight, you know. I know Dominic Cruz is in here. You know, hopefully he'll give me that chance.
All right, well, listen, congratulations. I'll let the matchmakers do their job, but whoever you face, my friend, I cannot wait to see you fight. Jonathan Martinez, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, he's shooting for the stars, Dominic. What do you say?
Honorable. This man looked very good and nothing but respect for his performance tonight. To beat a guy like Cub, respect. Keep doing your work, brother.
4 straight victories for Jonathan Martinez, none bigger than the one he had tonight. The UFC Fight Pass live event schedule is absolutely stacked. The live fights every weekend. Tune in to watch the best rising talent from the likes of Cage Warriors, Cage Fury, LFA, Aries FC, and many more. Don't miss a moment of the action. Sign up and step into our world, the world of UFC Fight Pass. We have arrived at our main event. Alexa Grasso has been on a tear since moving to this weight class.
I just saw your message, so I got exactly. Joku would not eat for 5 minutes. Ah! Time for a little fretless bass. Shall we play the fretless? Shall we play the bass without the frets? I think we should. We play the bass without the frets. Plug you there. We take this. Goes here. Ooh, don't you think guitar? Screw that in. The only downside of having these guitars is you gotta monitor this kind of stuff. That was loose. Why'd you get so loose? So don't screw you in. Alright. Now we blanket. Yeah, so this is a bass. So this is the other one was a guitar, and then this is a bass. But it's technically a bass guitar, so it's still you know, but it only has 4 strings, and the strings are thicker, so they make a deeper sound. Oh yeah, it is a guitar. So I mean, it's you know, it's called a it's just you know, 4 strings, 4. So it's a little bigger. So side by side, you know, you can see the difference. A little more different. Pretty scared kid. So I used to carry around my bass a lot. Bring it to school with me. That was after my mom passed. My bass became like my little security blanket, you know? Like right now I'm just trying to imitate Larry Graham. Very poorly by my dad. To bring my bass to school. I think starting actually in 8th grade. So actually it was when my mom was still alive. So I fell in love with music actually. Maybe that's why I'm so attached to it, because it was my thing during. So it connects me to a time almost. started playing bass in 6th grade. Yep. It wasn't by choice. I actually wanted to be a drummer. But the thing was, I had to, my mom had to order the drums, I think from Guitar Center or something. But, yeah, so I ordered this Pacific drum kit. I still have parts of it, but, yeah. But my buddy, his dad was in a band, and he had a recording studio and everything. So my buddy actually had a drum set at his house. So I remember when it came time to kind of, everyone's like picking their instruments. I remember he just started like playing the drums, whereas like I had to order the drums. He had drums. So I had to, you know, wait. So then he just got better at drums. So then my buddies were like, all right, well, he's the drummer now. You know what I mean? Which makes sense. But, so really, okay, so let me backtrack a little bit. We used to, you know, we were hanging out. All of us, you know, kind of grew up. We'd always play Mage Night board games. We just always hung out. You know, and we would play basketball. You know, we'd do all the kid stuff. But one day, we were sitting around at my friend's house, Ian, the guy with the drum set, and we were listening to the band Quiet Riot. It was the song "Come On, Feel the Noise," where it's like, "Come on, feel the noise, girls rock." Oh, I'm singing it horribly. "Come on, feel the noise, girls rock your boys. We're getting wild, wild, wild. Wow. Come on." Anyways, I couldn't sing it all like whimsy because they're like a rock band. Anyways, I got to work on that one. So just listen to it. Quiet Riot. I think it was actually a cover anyway. But "Come On, Feel the Noise." So that's what started it all for me. You know, like I said, I grew up with my dad was a guitarist, so he was always playing guitar. We grew up with guitars in the house. I remember watching, my dad was watching a live DVD of Jimi Hendrix perform one time, and as a kid, I was scared, you know? I didn't know how to process it. He was sitting there like doing his... You know, but he was just getting into it. And as a kid, I was like, what the hell is going on? This man is possessed. You know, so I didn't know how to process it. You know, I was like literally scared of him. But I wasn't ready to witness that level of power, you know? It's like staring into the sun. You're like, ah! You know, staring into the source of rock itself. You know, but, so anyways, so we listen to "Come On, Feel the Noise," and my buddy just stops the track, hits pause, and he goes, "Guys, we could do this." That's the beauty of it, man. That's all it took. He just goes like, and we went, "Oh my God, we could." So it was like, "Okay, guys, everyone go home and find an instrument, and then we'll be back here tomorrow." And so we all it was like, "Okay, break." And we all like went off, and we like went home, and we decided like, okay, like what do we want to play? And I think we had kind of decided like what we wanted to play. Like we decided I was the drummer just because I was a little spaz, you know. But my buddy Ian was kind of a spaz too. So I can't remember what he was gonna play. I think he was gonna be bass because his dad was a bassist, you know. So it made sense that like, okay, he'll play bass, Joey will be drum, you know. But I also happen to have a bass because my dad, you know, like I said, was a guitarist, so he had a little fretless Honer bass. So it was a little headless bass. It was like this big, and it didn't have any frets, just like this guy right here. You know, so I've always been drawn to these fretless basses because of that. But that was what I started on. But anyway, so I had a fretless bass, and it didn't even have these little fret markers. It was just a black, just nothing. It was just a void. So you didn't really know what note you were ever on. You were just... You know what I mean? Like, I just, you know, so it was a hard instrument to be your, like, first instrument on. You know, but that's what I had. You know, I had the bass, and now I was out. It was like, it was either play the bass or don't be in the band. You know what I mean? So it was like, I wanted to hang out with my buddies. I was also like the youngest one of the group too, so it was kind of like, you know, I wasn't really gonna argue with them. But so, 2 buddies on guitar, my buddy Ian on the drums, and then I was playing bass, and we had another buddy come through on guitars. We kind of had like a cycle of guitars. So I'm trying to remember if we ever found a singer, but I remember that's why I didn't want to sing for the longest time, because they wanted me to sing Paranoid by Black Sabbath, which is the, how's it go? It's like, what is it? But anyways, this is a tough song to sing, like. Let me see if I can. Finished with my woman, cause she couldn't help me with my mind. Didn't think that people think that I'm insane because I'm frowning all the time. Can you help me occupy my brain? Oh yeah. Anyways, that was the first song they tried to get me to sing, and then I tried singing it, and they just laughed me out of the room. They just died laughing, and I just couldn't deal with the embarrassment. Yeah, I would definitely recommend grabbing a guitar if you can, just having it around. That's the thing with guitar, is most people think guitar is easy to play because everyone has a guitar in their house. Everyone has like an acoustic guitar or something in their house. Guitar is actually not that easy to play. I would almost recommend starting with piano. Piano is like your best bet, or even like a single note instrument like a flute, or something with buttons like a saxophone or something. But yeah, anyway, so I had the fretless bass. All my buddies had guitars and stuff, and then it built this like competitive atmosphere where we wanted to be a band. Our band's name was, we decided on AMF, which stood for America's Middle Finger. So you can see we're a bunch of cool kids. But we even like did this, like, we were taking classes. We were taking it serious. It became our identity. You know what I mean? Like, this is our shot. We were a bunch of like just misfits and nobodies. Like the classic. I know that's a cliche term, but it's true. We were just a bunch of freaking nerds, dude. We were a bunch of nerds who were like just like getting, my buddies were like hitting high school and stuff. So I think they were desperate at like, okay, this is our shot to be cool. I was still 6th grade, so I was kind of just like derp, but yeah, so anyways, but yeah, we're all about this shit. We're all about freaking mage nights. This is where we met. And then we play like Magic cards, Yu-Gi-Oh, that kind of shit, And then we kind of transitioned to just like playing basketball. And then from that was kind of like where we got into, I think we recognized that we kind of had to make a shift in our lives as we were, social pressures of, you just, times change, but also it's just what your friends are doing. I think that was more what it was. It was just my friends were playing basketball. We just all started playing basketball. But yeah, once I got into music, everything else went out the window. It was just music. It was was like I had an identity. It was just something to cling on to. All of a sudden, I'm just like, oh my god, I'm a bassist, you know. But it wasn't even that. I never really viewed myself as a bassist because I always kind of resented the bass. Because it was so difficult. Like I said, I didn't have any of the markers. It was just like, it was just a mystery. So everything I was doing was like, I was like sliding into every note to like tune with my buddies. But I remember I had a lot of encouragement from my friends because they were always saying like, bro, you're playing a fretless bass, but like you're getting better each week. So it made me feel like maybe I was meant for this instrument, or this instrument was meant for me or something, you know? So yeah, so I played bass. I ended up getting the drum set. I ended up getting a guitar as well because I wanted to be a guitarist, because that's what my dad did. So I wanted my own guitar. So I ended up having a bass, drums, and a guitar. So I kind of cycled between those. But I lost contact with those friends because, like I said, they were older. And then one day I went over, and they were hanging out with this new guy that I didn't really care for too much. I kind of sensed trouble. And so we go over to the house. I think he was 15. So you imagine, I'm like freaking 12, maybe 11, 12, hanging out with like 15, 16-year-olds. Like, probably a good idea. I kind of transitioned out. But, you know, it kind of shifted. Maybe he was younger than 15. I don't remember how old he was. But yeah, basically, we go over to his house. We were playing airsoft, so we're shooting guns at each other. Already, I like knew I was doing something I wasn't supposed to be doing because my parents would be upset if they knew what you know what I mean? Like, I was kind of getting into that thing, so I was kind of, no, I think my mom knew. She was tough, so she bought me airsoft guns. What am I talking about? So yeah, so it was that. No, this is what happened. So then one guy didn't have an airsoft gun, so he used a BB gun. So I think this is when I started to sense like there was trouble in the air of like the people I was around, because I was like, all right, this is starting to get weird. So I think like I kind of dipped out of the air. I think that was something. Like, I think people were shooting each other with like metal BBs, and I was like, all right, you guys are getting a little weird on me. And then I think they were smoking like cigarettes, and I was just kind of like, you know, I was the youngest in the room, just like, oh, like, you know, just almost like terrified, like don't want to say anything to tip anyone off, that I'm kind of getting freaked out. And then we go into a room, and I'm with like some other guy. I think there was other people. It might have just been me and him or something. And then all of a sudden he puts on a freaking like porno tape. And I didn't know what that was. You know, I had never seen anything like that. So he puts it on, and I get super uncomfortable. And he's just kind of like into it, watching it. And I was just like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. And then I go outside, and I think I'd gone inside because they were playing airsoft. So I think I went back outside because they were, you know, and they were still playing it. I'm gonna go back out there. So I go and I play the airsoft. And then I just hear, the guy whose house we were at, the guy who I sensed trouble from, who I also sensed trouble from that other guy. But his girlfriend comes over, and his girlfriend's older. She was like in her 20s or something. So she's like already like, I'm like, what the hell's going on? And she seemed kind of like weird. She had like real messed up teeth. And then, so she's with this, and it's like, this is my girlfriend. I'm like, all right, so an adult's dating this kid, and it's just I'm just not even processing it. It's just striking me as off, you know. And then yeah, so yeah, it was weird. So anyway, so I'm outside, we're playing airsoft, and then I hear them inside, and I hear them having sex. And as a kid, like, this is the first time I'm like hearing people having sex. There's just a lot to kind of take in. And then I was just like, you know what? I don't think I should hang out with these people anymore. So I just kind of like, you know, I kind of just transitioned from that friends group. And, you know, some of them, one of my buddies, I still stay in contact with, who's one of the guitarists, and he's actually like very successful at guitar, like never stopped. It became his career, you know. So I think a few of us from that group, I think we all, at least half of us from that group, continued with music and you know, still do it to this day in some form. And I don't know about the other guys, because I kind of lost contact with them. I know one of them, he might still play, but like, I don't know if he does. He might, though. yeah. But anyways, I started hanging without friends. I went to a different school, and I remember my identity was kind of in flux in 7th grade. I was like, oh, I'm a basketball player, and then I kind of like transitioned to I'm a musician. I think I was always kind of, you're finding yourself, but that became my thing. And so like from 8th grade on, I just kind of brought my bass with me everywhere. And then around 9th grade, I got my Telecaster, and I kind of transitioned to maybe 8th grade I got the Tele. But then I kind of started focusing on guitar, and then I kind of just would always cycle between. Oh yeah, and then I took actual drum lessons, so I was always cycling between drums, guitar, and bass, and I would just kind of like transition between my focus on which one I was playing mostly. Yeah, but I realize now I kind of always fall back to, even though I love guitar, I love drum, I love just music, just whatever, singing, just everything, but I'd say if I could only have one instrument, be really hard to pick. Be really, really hard to pick. Be real hard to pick. So don't get me wrong. This is like a fraction of a percent. But, as much as I love guitar, I think at the end of the day I have to go with fretless bass, because there's just so much freedom on the bass. Especially the fretless bass, because you can hit anything and everything, And the bass is a bridge between the drums and guitar. It links the two. It's both the drums, you can even play the slap side. What's this one? Hey, I appreciate you, man. You know what's funny about that, Jake? So what's up, dude? Yeah, no, I appreciate. Yeah, I totally agree, Psycat. I'm thankful that I was able to have that forethought. But Jake, so as a kid, I was obsessed with the Red Hot Chili Peppers to the point where I don't have any tattoos, and part of the reason for that is the tattoo I wanted to get was the Red Hot Chili Peppers symbol. The red with the arrows pointing in all directions on the compass, I wanted to get that right on my wrist, right here. And I fought it. I told myself, wait 10 years to see if you still want it. And I couldn't get it because I'm pretty sure Anthony Kiedis or Flea has that. And I just wasn't willing to be that much of a fanboy. And also the thing is like, as much as I freaking love the Chili Peppers, once Stadium Arcadium hit, I just like, the passion wasn't as intense as I was for their early stuff, like Blood Sugar Sex Magic and that kind of stuff. So it made me think, yeah, like, you're smart to not get a branding of a band, because say something were to happen, say you get a branding of something like that, and like there's a scandal or something. Now you're walking around with that thing like you're associated with it. So I was like, you know what, that's a reason why, to not get a tattoo. But anyway, so I loved, even Les Claypool. I don't know how to play it. whatever, like, you know, you get what I'm trying to do. Because Les Claypool plays the fretless. But yeah, so I was all about slap. Slap was like my identity. Larry Graham, who were my guys? I mean, I guess I kind of like stuck, like Flea, I know is like, because there's a lot of guys, like slap gets crazy now, like Victor Wooten and Marcus Miller, Stanley Clark. I saw Stanley Clark live one time. Double thumping and stuff. So I got heavy. Slap was like my shit. But then at some point, I realized the stigma behind slap, where it was like, you know, everyone and their grandma's trying to slap, and I realized how annoying it, like, I found it very obnoxious, you know, that everyone wanted to slap everything. Everything was a slap solo and stuff. Since I love it, but it's like, it kind of gets, like, it almost got, like, over, you know, it became like a gimmick, and I didn't want that. So as much as I love it, I just realized like I wouldn't be able to elevate myself to, I don't know, I just didn't feel like I was giving slap, I wasn't doing it justice. You know what I mean? I felt like I was kind of, but I love it, you know. But I just don't know. It's like there's certain things, certain patterns I never quite got down. I don't know. You'd have to spend a lot of time on it. So anyways, I got really heavily into Motown. So in particular, James Jamerson. And James Jamerson only uses his index finger. So he would like, you know, so you kind of had that. So I kind of got more into that kind of style of playing. So you use like back and forth to get the double notes. So you only use your index finger. And then, you know, I got really into Thunder Fingers. Why am I blanking on his name? Well, there's also Iron Maiden who kind of does the triplets with the three fingers. Why am I blanking on his name? He's the legend. He's the top dog. The Who, the guy from the, oh God, I'm hating myself for forgetting his name right now. But the bassist from the Who. So I wanted to be like him. You know, he's just Thunder Fingers. You know, so he had that thunderous boom, 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 you know, that gallop. So I was all about that. And then Billy Sheehan. See, it's terrible. You gotta practice that shit. So anyway, so people get crazy with the bass, you know what I mean? So, but to me, I mean, there's a Mount Rushmore, but. So I guess you have to put Ray Brown on the Mount Rushmore for walking bass and just the impact he had on everyone. But I'm putting James Jamerson up there. So now we have two spots. I feel like I have to put Les Claypool up there, but then you also need Larry Graham. But what about Rick James? And what about? And then there's too many, because then you have just the virtuosos. But I'm also just trying to think like, you know, impact. Or Paul McCartney. Come on now. The bassist of all bassists that doesn't get enough shine as a bassist, you know? How could I forget Paul McCartney? Sir Paul McCartney. You know? Oh, well, appreciate you hanging out, Psycat. Hold on. Realizing I said L at the end of it all. Oh, I do the same thing, Psycat. It's like a nervous tick I do. I say LOL after almost everything to where it's like, why? You know? No way about some bands. Iron Maiden changed in the early 2000s, but reverted back to the normal traditional stuff when the 2010s hit. Yeah, dude, I still haven't listened to their latest album, but I was so stoked when I saw they released it. Right? Am I imagining that, or am I thinking of Tool? Didn't Iron Maiden come with an album recently? I could be wrong, but I love Maiden. They're great. Oh, is that what you're saying? Just all Rick Astley's? There's actually this one bassist online on YouTube. I have to think of what his name is. I can link him and put a link on him, but he's amazing. He plays fretless and he does slap. But he has this thing, it's called, I think he calls it like lobster claw style, but he does this like he has this powerful slapping popping technique where he like, you know what I mean? I can't do it. He's incredible though, but his hands are strong. One thing I want to learn how to do on the bass is like chords. I think I would put it out too. Yeah, I had to. Well, he messaged me on well, I a couple things. I did the unhidden. I actually don't know how to ban people, so I was hiding the message, and then I put him on a timeout. And he messaged me on Twitch or something, and then he came in, and then Mulchus and I had a little discussion with him, and we discussed just a lot of things, and you know, he's a good kid, but we have strict terms of no more mimicking. My thing is that it's a lot of it's intent. You know what I mean? It's like I've had trolls come after me online and stuff, but it's like there's like this evil, you know, and then there's also, I don't know. So I don't, he doesn't strike me as a, yeah. Yeah, he's, you know, he's been in here today. I was talking to him. He's you know, he's got a good sense of humor. I was kind of encouraging him to pursue comedy. But you know, as he had mentioned, he's about a third my age, so I'm, you know, you should give, you know, people, especially when they're developing, growing up, you know, give them chances. Yeah, no, you had mentioned that. Yeah, I honestly, like, I need to learn how to ban people. Like, I'm sure it's a button, but I don't really know how to do it. It says, go to channel, pin message, report, remove, put user in timeout, hide user on channel. But yeah, you know, I got all sorts of freaked out. When I saw, like, my other, you know, someone had copied my account, you know, that's my signature. So to see my freaking signature up on there is freaking, you know, terrifying, you know, for many, many reasons. So it's like, I was just like, no, I can't have this. So, you know, that's my signature, my you know, I'm personal about that. So when I saw that, you know, it crossed many boundaries to the point where I was taking legal action with YouTube. So, you know, that's why I was kind of like, you know, but Zoid also had a video of me up, so I just kind of told him, like, you know, could you please take it down, because there are steps I'm about to take, but are we really going to go down this route, you know? And he took it down right away, so I appreciate that, because that was what frustrated me the first time when we were in your chat. Anyways, I don't really want to go over all that stuff. We've already been over all that stuff. We're here for a silly goose time. Zoid's, the homework I gave for Zoid, the homework, is, I showed him Mitch Hedberg, so I encouraged him to listen to some comedy. Because he's actually a funny kid. He's throwing out some good one-liners. It's kind of cool getting to know people in the community. Just, you know, people hanging out. I appreciate it. You know? Everyone's got something. But yeah, anyways. Slap the bass. I slap the bass. Oh, I think that was also what kind of killed it for me was the meme of Paul Rudd from what was that? What was that? Is it best? I can't remember. You know what I'm talking about? Paul Rudd and that other guy. I can't think of what's Can't remember what it's called, but he was just like, I slept the bass, I slept the bass, I slept the bass, man. You know what I mean? And it became this whole thing. So, you know, I was still, you know, I was younger when that came out. I don't remember if I was still in high school when that came out or whatever. But then it was just like you play bass, and then people go, "Oh, do you slap the bass?" You know, it was just a total like meme to where you're just like embarrassed to even tell people you play the bass. So. But talking about Mount Rushmore, how could I forget Jocko? Jocko was like part of my identity. And I don't know if I was ever confused. I think I was very clear. Because I'm pretty sure you interpret it as a pizza who engulfs unicorns. Which I still find to be one of the most terrifying Dungeons and Dragons monsters out there. Just an amorphous blob of pizza. Which I guess was already a thing with Spaceballs, with Pizza the Hut. So, but just like this faceless pizza creature that just engulfs you in molten cheese. No fate worse than that. Can't remember the lyrics. Hey, mama said the way you move gon' make you sweat, gon' make you groove. Child, when you shake that thing, gon' make you bad, gon' make you sting. Hey, baby, when you walk that way, watch honey drip, but can't keep I can't sing that high. Baby sleeping, baby down, man's up down, up and up, bam, bam, bam. Bam, make it down, ba-dum, make it down, ba-dum, make it down. Bam, bam, down, down, zam, down, 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 zam, down, zam, bam, 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 bam. Bam, make it bam, bam, make it bam. This one's tough. All around the world, we can make time. Rapping and stepping cause I'm in my prime. Born in the north to try to entertain ya. Get the band to beat to get it in ya. Right on, Zoid, have a good one. Well, hold on. necessities, the simple bare necessities. Get about your worries and your stress. I had a signature sign off. Jake, you might appreciate this. So if you look, I don't know if you can see. If you look at the frets here, I don't know if you can see the frets. Hold on, let me see what you can actually see here. Full OBS. But what I'm getting at is it's not initially a fretless. This is just a squire that I bought. And the old Jocko trick. See how there's like chunks of wood? See how it's not like clean? So what I did is I took a knife and I pried those frets off. And I filled it with wood filler. So it's not, you know, chunks of wood kind of chipped off, as you can kind of see. But I feel it has kind of a signature growl, because a lot of times the you know, the ones the like proper Fender fretless or something like that. Like when it's just smooth and it's got that varnish finish, it like I don't know, it's got a different feel to it. And I've had that too, because my first fretless was an ebony. And it was a proper ebony. It was a proper fretless, so it was but it was worn in, you know. But it was still ebony, so it had that like I don't know, an ebony fretboard. You probably know it's got that like I don't know. It's got a different kind of sound to it. Yeah, I don't know. I just like I've been looking for a fretless for so long, but I've done this to, I guess, 2 basses now. The other one I gave to my friend, but then this one I did a few years back, and it's just become like my favorite of all, even though it's like, you know, it's just a little squire. But whatever, it's a great little thing. Oh yeah, that's dope. Yeah, that was my other one that I did it to. Is I had a Kramer that I took the frets off of. It was a maple neck bass. So it was a fretless maple neck, which you don't see too often. But that one had a nice sound to it too. My bass is a hippie, so it wears a necklace. Oh yeah, so I got weird with this one. This bass has a name. This bass is named Ajax. I don't know if you can read that. Probably not. It's glare. Can you see it? Each tuning peg has a letter, AJAX. And then as an homage to Woody Guthrie, to where his acoustic has a sticker that says this what does it say? This instrument kills fascists or something like that. I think that's what it says. Something like that. So I wrote this one at the top. It says, "This bass kills prejudice," which I like. Because, for me, that means that while this instrument is being played, there will be absolutely no prejudice. And that means of style, of music, of anything. You know, this is all-encompassing. All are welcome on this bass. You can play any style, you can play anything, you know? It's not like I have a lot of instruments where it's like, you know, this one's my slide guitar, this one's my you know, this is my Les Paul is like, you know, it's like the metal kind of guitar, you know, it's like the one I'm going to play distortion with. You know, my Telly is like my bluesy kind of thing or whatever, but it's like, they can all just be one too. They can all be just that one thing, but it's like, I don't know. I was kind of on one when I started marking this guy up. I'm happy I did. I haven't done that to any of my other instruments. So this one becomes like my, you know, one of my more often played. I've been working on this technique. So what I do, so I'm not just, I'm also, it's kind of tricky. I'm trying to get it clean. Oh yeah, and it's got the dancing man. See the dancing skeleton man? He's dancing for your pleasure. And it also has a hawk sticker, a decal. I was getting a little carried away. I also have another one with decals. Oh, and this one is my acoustic bass. Might be out of tune. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Still out of tune, but whatever, we'll work with it. This is the, oh, you've never seen an acoustic bass? I think they're more often used in like mariachi and stuff. It's really out of tune. But this one's named Oni because of the Oni. And then it also has the tomoe, which was the symbol from my old Batsujutsu school. Enshin Iro Batojutsu. So, and it also, you know, it's a symbol, it's a Japanese symbol, but I believe, I don't actually know, but to me it just means, you know, mind, body, spirit. So I like this symbol, so I kind of like adopting it as my, I kind of want to put it on everything, you know what I mean? It'll be my family crest. Yeah, and this is an Ibanez. Dude, this thing was like $100. I love this thing. It's just like a little junker bass, but it plays awesome. It's got like a thick old neck. Like all my instruments are like dirt cheap little junkers, but I just love working on them. Like I just, you know, I wanted to be a guitar tech, but then I just realized that, I don't know. Yeah, man. If you have a shop near you that sells I can't go into guitar shops, to be honest, because like I just you fall in love. So I just don't. But there's a shop near me that I mean, a lot of places, even Guitar Center has a great selection. I've gotten great things seen great things at Guitar Center, but I only get used. The only one I bought new was one little guy, but that was my baby. That was like my Wayne's World guitar. But I typically like used junker kind of instruments, and then you just have the game is just finding one that's one that's nice. Yeah, but as a guitarist, man, you'll love the bass because you can play the bass. there's a stigma about bass without the pick. Your nail's your pick. Yeah, I actually don't really know many songs, if any. I just know like bits and pieces. I wish I wrote more, but to me, like the bass and like guitars in general is like it's just like a playground in a different universe. You know, you just gotta just go. You know, it's like a little jungle gym. You know what I mean? You just run around doing somersaults, swinging on shit. Like I don't know. For me, it's just like there's just this. I wish I could like put it into a box or something, like little boxes. Like I wish I, you know, could write songs or whatever. But typically, I just love just like, just, you know what I mean? Yeah, I use my nail as a pick typically. Like I used to get, when I play guitar in performances, people would be like, you know, you should really like think about using a pick. I was like, how about you think about go fucking yourself? I would say that. But yeah, my index finger, because I use my index finger, when I was playing guitar heavily, it would be like at a slanted angle from the angle of me striking the guitar, and I would have to kind of like switch it up because I would wear my nail down to the, you know, past the nail bed to where I'm just like hitting like bloody flesh, so I wouldn't get bloody, but it could. So I'd have to like start using my, you know, using like this kind of pinch, you know, switch it up because this one would need like a couple days to recover. And then that's why I kind of got into like trying to use, you know, and then my buddy did flamenco, so he'd like teach me how to. See, we are opposites that way. Like I know a lot of people who use the thin picks. I've always gone for heavies and extra heavies. Like even mediums just annoy me. Like I just want to like break through the strings. I want to like rip through the strings. You know what I mean? It's not good, but it forces you to get like a light touch because you will just like I even used to try those like 1mm or like the stone picks, but I hate those. I just like Actually, my favorite pick are these guys. They're Fender True Shell. This one's all worn out, so it has no logo. But what I love about this, I've had this for years, and look, you can't see. While I've worn it down, I used to always wear my picks down to where they were circles. So I would just grind them because I always loved rhythm guitar. I'm not much of a solo kind of guy. But if you see this little thing just maintains its point, but it actually gets like carved down on the edges. Because this guy is like, they don't even make these really anymore, but they were supposed to emulate, I mean, maybe they do. I don't think they do though. Because they were kind of overpriced and just no one liked them. But they were supposed to emulate, like they're synthetic, but they were supposed to emulate tortoise shell or whatever. So they just, what I like about them is like, you have one of these things, they'll last you like, dude, I've had this thing for at least 5 years, if not more, this one pick. So I got sick of like losing my picks, so I bought a pick that was like $7, so I would hate to lose it. You know what I mean? Even when I bought the pick, the guy at the store was like, why are you buying this? You know, you could buy like 70 of these other picks, and I was like, yeah, I know, but I like this pick, you know. And you're just like, idiot. But I still have this pick, you know. My pick of destiny. know with classical guitar alternate picking, the thumb hits the first 3 strings and the other fingers pluck the last 3 strings. It's on college. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, so like that style, yeah. Yeah, you know, yeah, I don't, like I said, I've never been much of a solo kind of player. Like I've recently been kind of getting more into that, but not even like fast solos or anything like cool metal stuff. More like that like Joe Walsh like singing kind of style of guitar. Yeah, so I've been getting more into that lately. But yeah, my whole life I've always been like in my band. I was a rhythm guy. I was a rhythm guitarist. I started out the lead, but then me and the other guitarists kind of started fighting, and I became the rhythm guy. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's also just that like I don't even play those kind of styles, so that's why I typically go with that pick. But yeah, it's like everything about me with guitar is different than like the typical thing. Like typically like people want like the thinner necks, faster necks, and that kind of stuff. I like a big fat baseball neck. Like I like the old '50s style. Like I love those Japanese Tedesco guitars. I think they're called, where they're just like freaking just like your forearm. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. It gives that bigger sound. Yeah, I've always just basically been in like John Frusciante is one of my favorite, but like even Hendrix is that kind of way. He's like striking through all the strings, but he's muting so it's like even though he's hitting one string, only making one string ring out, he's still like striking through all of them. You know what I mean? And I lost my pick. So I always go with the finger. Yeah, it seems like yeah, exactly. It's nice having that favorite one, having the one. Like like I kind of like each instrument kind of has its own tool, but that's why I kind of just play the fretless the most when I'm playing a guitar. I'll play my main guitar, but it's like yeah, it's not nice having a backup, but I kind of miss the days of only having one instrument and just being all in on that one, like it's your freaking katana. Oh yeah, no, I know what you mean. I have instruments that were gifts where it's like, I'm never gonna get rid of that thing, Right? I know. I always have to kind of rationalize that myself. Like, I'm always like, okay, like, at the end of the day, if I had to just grab one and run out of a burning building, which one will I grab? So I just have to kind of like think about that, which is a funny thing too, because do you know the story of BB King's Lucille? You know, his black, what is it, ES335 or something like that? I can't think what his black Gibson is called Lucille, and it's his signature. And I think the story behind why he named it Lucille is that he had one, and I think he was like performing in like a barn or something like that, and the barn burned down, and he tried to go in. I don't know if he got the guitar or just like wanted to get the guitar, but the building burned down, and then after that he was like, I'm never gonna get obsessed with a single instrument ever. So every guitar he has, he's just like, my guitar is named Lucille. They're all named Lucille, you know. So I thought that was kind of good too. But then you have like Willie Nelson, where pretty much like Willie Nelson, if his guitar breaks, he's done. You know, his guitar is trigger, and that's it. But you gotta respect that too. Yeah, but the more you play with any instrument, it's like you learn all the little nuances of it. You know where the buzzes are, and you know what to do on that fret to avoid those buzzes, you know? But then you just find one that just feels so, like when I would go into a guitar shop, I usually just like, I'll go up to every guitar and just like touch it, which, you know, during the COVID days probably drive people crazy, but I just like grabbing the neck because I want to feel. So even without taking the guitar off the thing, if I'm looking for a guitar, I'm grabbing every neck just like that. I just want that initial, like, you know, contact. How do I feel holding this thing? And then if I like it, I'll take it off. You know, or if I like the look of it, or I want to, you know what I mean, then I'll take it off. But typically I'll kind of just go around and grab everything. Because sometimes as guitars, I hate the color or something like that, but it's got the best neck. So I still want to kind of know, you know. But I do that. I check every fret for buzz. Like slight there. You know, I just do that on every fret, and I just go up and down. It's like, so we got slight buzzing around the, it's not bad, around like the 11th fret on this guy. Hold on. Gotta save my kitties first before anything else. Cat carrier, shaving all this fluff in there, running out, setting them outside. Oh my god, yeah, right? Next is my backpack, throw all my DSs and switches in there, as many as I can find around me. I would have been about saving my games until I realized the power of emulators. Now I'm just like, fuck that thing. Why do I have all my old games? I thought like I would never be able to play these games again, and then I just realized you can just download them all. I was like, oh my god. Like games that I thought were just like, you know, oh, I'll never be able to find this thing again. That's a good idea. I didn't even think about that. I have the same thing with my room. So it's good to have a plan. You never want to be in these situations, but it's good to have a plan in case. I would just start hucking shit out the window. No, I really want to. I've heard about them. The thing with me in the like before, even to this day, it's like that's why it takes me so long to make anything happen on here. Is that I'm still just like terrified of getting a virus or you know, identity stolen. Like I had my email hacked in. I've had people like try and fuck with me online, so it's just I'm super paranoid. So I just don't really like download anything. I don't have enough of a sense of like no this file's fishy or this website's fishy. So I just don't really fuck with anything. You know, I'm really paranoid. I don't even want to click on any links. That's why it's like when people send me people sometimes will be like posting links in the chat. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm just not gonna click it. Like I know you're good people, but like I just don't. I'm not gonna fuck with that. You know. Like people can tell me like, oh yeah, we'll Google this. I'm like, I'll find it, but like I just don't want to click on anything, you know. But I'm just paranoid, but I've been, you know, I have reasons to be as well. But yeah, I'll look those up if it's just like off an emulator site. Like I've been getting a little bit more daring lately, so. A WoW ROM. So World of Warcraft ROM? So can you actually connect with other people who are playing the regular World of Warcraft? You know, I when I went over to my cousin's house once and I made a World of Warcraft character. So my thing is, especially the setup I have right now, if I were to get a WoW character, it's kind of why I play like the old Game Boy Color games, because I like those because you can get fully addicted. Don't get me wrong, you can get completely engulfed in those, but for the most part, I'm able to just kind of like put it down, you know. But games nowadays are so immersive. I just fear that I would just go all in, which I'm not saying that I haven't done that. Diablo 2 back in the day, I used to, it sounds fucked up, but I bought that CD multiple times because I would have to break the CD because I would spend like a week without sleeping, and I'm still going to school, so I'm not sleeping, I'm just staying up all night playing Diablo. So it, like, I got really into Diablo 2. So that's why, like, even Diablo 2 is pretty retro, so it's like I didn't really fuck with World of Warcraft and stuff. I had Warcraft 3, but I never got, like, I really wanted to play Dota, but I didn't. But I also didn't have internet, so that's why. I didn't have internet growing up, so that was a major factor of why I don't understand internet stuff. Oh, WoW ROMs. It's N64 ROMs and other games. They have ROMs of beta games as well. So it's just a website? Like, do you, oh, you download it. I think WoW ROMs is actually what I've downloaded the ROMs I have off of. I would love to check out no, I want to check out well, I kind of like the Game Boy ROMs because they seem to take up less space, so I can have more of them. But I love the Sega Genesis. I would love to check out that. No, I don't necessarily know if it's safe. I would have to confirm what website I download off of. So I don't know. But WoW ROM sounds familiar, so I think that's what I used. I would ask Psycat or Moltres about the ROMs though, because they seem to be in the know. That was kind of why I ended up downloading it, is because they were kind of able to kind of walk me through what I needed. Because I think I tried downloading it and then it didn't work and I just deleted it immediately. I was like, it's a trap! You know, because I've downloaded things before. Like, I remember I downloaded one game and there was a loading screen where it just has like this text thing that's going across and it's just saying kind of random shit, and at the end it says, is anyone actually even reading this, and blah blah blah. And I didn't know that all I had to do was hit A to then like move into the main loading screen of the game. So it was just this like, whoever made the ROM, that was their little thing. But I didn't have the page clicked on, so even if I was hitting the A button, it wasn't doing anything. So I'm in like almost a panic, thinking, like reading this little message going by, thinking it's telling me that I just downloaded like a computer-ending virus and that they were just hacking my system or something. I'm like, oh god, what have I done? And I realized, like, oh yeah, just hit the space bar. Well, click the page first and then hit the space bar. Vim's Lair. Okay, I'll check that out. I've never heard of Vim's Lair. That's the only annoying thing about this one. You can do that pretty easy. Let me check something real quick. Hold on. Moving this over here. I need some water. My freaking throat is dry. What do you think about WowROM, Psycat? I think that's what I used. I'll have to check Vim's Lair. I'm gonna have to go eat something. I just got hit by it. Where's my pick? Whew. Oh, dude, something's been a little off with me lately. Like my entire gig yesterday, I felt so nauseous and so out of it, and I just got hit by that a second ago. I think I need to go get some water or something. Oh, man. Oop. That was weird how it ended up underneath there. It was like a magic trick. I'm gonna go get some water, guys. I'll be back. I just got like hit by nausea right there. Whew. Alright, got my water. Sorry, sometimes too. Yeah, I gotta make sure which one I actually downloaded from too, so I might have downloaded from the sketchy website just because they make it easier to use for someone like me, so that might be a trap that I should be aware of. Maybe the sites that are more inviting are actually the ones I should be more scared of. Isn't that in Book of Revelations? Beware the mark of the beast. That would be a fun thing to do on streams. I appreciate you guys hanging out while I'm playing the bass and stuff. Cause you know, I've kind of been like a little self-conscious about playing bass on stream, and I always kind of felt like if I were to do it, I would kind of drive people away. You know, so maybe that's just my own insecurities regarding bass. But you know, bass is very personal to me, so you know, I don't want to. You know, it's like I feel like if I'm gonna play, I want to at least practice to a point where it's like, you know, maybe worth, you know, listening. But you know, maybe that could be part of the aesthetic of this stream. Kind of why I was drawn to your stream, Jake, is just that you know, it's, you can do whatever the hell you want, but it's like there's something appealing about someone, you know, playing their instrument, you know. And you know, typically I just have my instruments like within arm's reach, because if I put them in their case, they'll never get played, you know. Well, I wanted to ask you, Jake, when you do your shredding Sundays, do you do that under do you stream that under gaming, or do you stream that under music? And does it even matter? Because I think Moltra says it doesn't even matter. But I think I've been streaming entirely under gaming. So it's kind of like, I wonder if like me sitting here with my bass under gaming is like wrong, or does it not matter whatsoever? Is it better just stay consistent? You can look into a save down for 12 Tales of Conquer. It's a beta for Conquer is Bad for a Day. I've always wanted to play Conquer is Bad for a Day. Change the hashtags. Yeah, I gotta work on the hashtags. Hashtags is like, brought people into hashtags initially, but I gotta update them because I haven't played Pokemon. Well, I was playing it the other day, but I kind of just left them up there. I was kind of just adding to the hashtags and keeping them, but I should mess with that a little bit more. I gotta work on my thumbnails too. Oh yeah, that sucks. So I remember when I was in 6th grade in my band, because we're a punk band, how we were trying to work on our power chords. It was to play them like this, so you can flip off the audience. We were so stupid. So you do it like that. So unnecessarily aggressive. It'd be a good little technique to have, though. You can be like, oh yeah? say my love cannot be true. Please believe me, my love, and I'll show you. I will give you those things you thought unreal. Ba-da-ba-ba-dow. My love for you has just got to be real. Before you know the way I'm going to feel. I'm going to feel. Hey, have a good night, Psycat. Appreciate you. Yeah, I need some food. I'm gonna be chill. I'm gonna turn on these fights and watch those for a bit. I'm trying to read chat. Dude, this thing is so funky. Can't even load it up. There we go. Gonna be open a few hours. I'm gonna stream on screen too. Yeah, I feel ya. Oh, nice. Alright. I'm gonna put on some fights. Been putting these off for a minute here. We got the main event coming out. We just watched Cub Swanson. We just watched Cub Swanson. I always call him Cubby. I mean it as a term of endearment. I mean it no means disrespectful. It's amazing. Oh, rarely do you get a perfect split on your chopsticks. Wow, that was satisfying. That was nice. I like these. Whew, felt good. The simple things in life, like breaking chopsticks.
Since moving to this weight class, 3-0 at flyweight. And with a big win tonight, her next fight just might be with UFC gold on the line. She's known for standout striking. She's rounded out the game quite nicely. And it all could
Someone's fired up. Jesus Christ.
Grasso figures to need every
what the fuck?
when it comes to taking on Viviane Araujo.
Oh, that's not a good
Resume
sign.
littered with championships in several different martial art disciplines.
Dude, Grasso's like fired up backstage. Araujo's just like chilling.
One step closer to the biggest title in all of MMA. Viviane Araujo and Alexa Grasso square off in our main event. Coming up next.
I'm rooting for Grasso, man. I don't want to put any bad juju her way. She's fired up, that's great. You can't really win. Either you're too fired up or you're too relaxed, you know?
Great news. We got UFC events every Saturday from now through mid-November. After 2 of the last 3 dark weeks, fight fans rejoice each and every Saturday night for a while as we welcome you back inside the UFC Apex. You're watching UFC Fight Night Grasso versus Araujo. And at 125 pounds, every contender has been chasing the same thing, to be the woman able to dethrone Valentina Shevchenko. Enter the rising contenders on the marquee tonight, who both needed a signature win in the biggest fight of their careers, one that could deliver them the challenge of fighting for gold.
I was born and raised in Guadalajara, Jalisco. My goal is to be the first Mexican female champion. This win could take me 1 or 2 steps closer to being a title contender. I know that I can achieve great things.
One of the best fighters to come out of Mexico.
Let's go.
She's one of the best boxers in the division. The combinations that she puts on are absolutely phenomenal.
She's very technical. Her punches are crisp and clean. They come straight down the pipe. And
Yes.
I believe she's a better version of
Let's go, Alexa.
Alexa Grasso is the real deal.
Ooh. Ooh.
I feel so confident right now because my ground game and my striking game are matching perfectly. So now I feel that I can finish the fight wherever it goes.
And she is moving on up at 125 pounds.
Bom, eu nasci em Brasília, na cidade de Ceilândia, morando na periferia.
Ceilândia.
E onde eu cresci ali sem esperança, sem expectativa. E foi assim, né? Encontrei nas artes marciais ali uma fuga. E hoje eu amo esse esporte, eu amo o que eu faço. E eu não meço esforços para ser a melhor lutadora de todos os tempos.
She's got real speed and accuracy with striking and knockout power. She's got a sensational ground game.
And she is as exciting a challenge at 125 pounds that we've had for a long time.
Tudo que eu passei até aqui me trouxe para esse momento, me trouxe para essa luta. E eu vou fazer de tudo para não desperdiçar essa chance.
You show weakness against this young lady. She won't care what you do.
Viviane is one of the toughest challenges I will face. She's a Brazilian black belt, and I want to prove that I can handle with that.
Look at that! No way!
Alexa Grasso é uma atleta que está vindo aí, né, em ascensão, dentro da categoria peso mosca. Espero que ela esteja muito bem preparada, porque eu não vou dar vida fácil para ela. Vai ser uma luta muito agressiva e estou indo para buscar a vitória a qualquer custo.
I'm gonna get this win because I want to prove to the world that I'm the next challenger for the title shot.
Viviani Araujo.
In martial arts, it was jiu-jitsu, and then a brown belt, and then Muay Thai for fun. She turned pro in 2015. She started training in 2013, less than 10 years after she steps on the mat. In 2022, she makes the walk for a UFC main event. She's won 5 of her 7 appearances. She's climbed to the top 10, and perhaps can join the top 5 fall should she get it done tonight. She is known for a well-rounded skill set. She enters as the underdog, just as she did her last time to the Apex, and she pulled out a victory then. She hopes to do it tonight.
Yeah, she is so fun to watch, so aggressive, moves forward, great footwork, and uses that lead hand to kind of just prod, poke, and see where the hand's going to go, where they're going to cover, what holes can I find and expose it. Usually,
That
it's a
was
big
most
old right
tasty.
hand, and if that doesn't work out, if she locks her
Very
hands
tasty
behind
in
you,
my stomach.
can lift, she will take you
I like it very
She
much.
makes those takedowns count. She's got great jiu-jitsu and great pressure. And just take a look at this woman. She's physically strong and imposing. And that is the style of fight which she is going to bring to Alexa Grasso tonight, who on the other end is much more calculated and precise with her striking. Maybe not as powerful as Araujo, but she is fun to watch. And you know what was fun for me, guys, is when they show their entrances, to see her trying to be tough but hold back the smile of I'm walking out to a main event. I love seeing the fighters get their first main event like this.
Yeah, this is one of those fights where they kind of match up really well in their stance. And what I mean is strong balance, and they're looking to have the strong balance so that their boxing and their powerful punches land more steadily. They also like to, when we're talking about Araujo, she mixes in the takedowns more frequently than Grasso. Grasso will go for takedowns, but Araujo is really looking for the takedown to get that top position and really use her black belt and her jiu-jitsu to wear on you. And she really wants to focus on keeping the takedowns on the fence, in the open, mixing them up, not just staying in the free-flowing balance where Grasso can get her rhythm.
She calls Serrano MMA in Brasilia her training home. It's the team of Vicente Luque and Viviani Araujo looking to join as a contender here in the flyweight division.
Yes. Wow. I fly like baby, get high like they don't coming out heaven, coming out bad. Someone to pick up a down bad. See the down down. No, I have music real quick. I want to hear her entrance. Muty, 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 muty.
Ready. Alexa, ready. Spikes on.
Main event is underway here in Las Vegas. Grasso known for the hands. Araujo more known for grappling. Each fighter saying this week they wanted to test themselves. And the others, you know, kind of better discipline. See where this fight goes.
That's what I would say to keep an eye out for Grasso. I mean, just very, very sharp in the boxing department. Strikes like a boxer, uses her jab, hands in place. You see, hands are always up in the guard position. It's nice to see. Araujo, too, very put together, keeping her hands up, being patient. They know they have 5 rounds. See if they take their time. They're getting right to it, though.
Neither fighter has been scheduled for a 5-round fight in their pro careers.
It can be daunting if you've never experienced it before your UFC career.
One of the deepest cards of all time goes down next Saturday from Abu Dhabi. Charles Oliveira versus Islam Makhachev for the undisputed lightweight title. Aljamain Sterling looks to defend his bantamweight belt against TJ Dillashaw, plus Petr Yan against Sean O'Malley. And Neil Dariush takes on Mateusz Gamrot, UFC 280, 1 week away. Special 2 p.m. Eastern start time for the main card on ESPN Plus pay-per-view.
Card is disgusting.
So, heavy exchange there.
Nice trade for the ladies. They just like to they both like to land that hook off that jab. They throw the jab, and then 1, 2, 3. Both of them throw those very similar, same stance, both upright, good balance.
The reason I love that combo to the jab to the lead hook is because when you throw your jab out, what do a lot of people want to do? Slip or what? Parry it and drop that hand. And a lot of people will attack that jab side with their rear hand, opening up perfect for that left hook. It's like I've done some striking before, you know.
Is that how you set up your spinning back fist too? I feel like it is.
Yeah, but I mean, as we've seen in different fights and different knockouts, there's a million ways to throw that, but I always like to throw it off of my getting leg kicked, because it's throwing my momentum, and a lot of people like to charge forward after such a thing. They walk into a big old sandwich in my fist.
Right now, these ladies are very okay with trading jabs, staying at that far jab range, and then every now and then they'll step in the pocket and follow up with a long 3-punch combo, powerful one. We'll see who connects first on the big punch.
Yeah, right? It's who's going to really settle in and decide to throw that big power shot. Because it takes commitment. Here we go. Nice defense so far.
First level change of the fight from Araujo.
But that's okay. Because she's going to think, all right, well, now I got to strike a little more. I've got to coax her in a little bit with my stand-up first. That one set her back.
Grasso thought Superman punch stopped in her tracks by the jab of Araujo. Nice left hook from Grasso.
Superman punch, fake to a left hook, right low kick.
You know, I forget what week it was, not too long ago, we were calling fights, and I was like, you know, we haven't seen too many Superman punches in recent years. You know, that was one of those moves that was landing all the time, and it got overused. I think it's time to bring it back.
I'm here for it.
I'm here for it, too. GSP used to do the Superman jab to the leg kick a lot.
You see the significant striking numbers 4.5 minutes in. Araujo starts forward, and that time, resistance out. Grasso reversing it.
Nice job. Nice range
10
here.
seconds of the first round.
That that frame is doing all the defense that Grasso needs right now. Now she can get into a good head position against the fence.
Second round coming up.
Do you know where Sutro would be, or where they are right now? They just wanted to come back.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Watch your jab. Watch your jab. You need...
Do you know where Sutro would be, or where they are right now? They just wanted to come back.
That's too funny. So they tried to switch microphones to the other corner's microphone, and I think they went to someone in the back. Because all of a sudden, rather than the coaches talking, it's just some random lady, like, asking the location of something. I've never seen that here.
Do you know where Sutro would be, or where they are right now? They just wanted to come back.
Is that your homework, Zoid? Do you know PEMDAS? So let's see if we can do PEMDAS. So we start with the parentheses, so we have 3. We have no exponents, so now we have to multiply. So we're going to go 2 times 3 equals 6. So 6 divided by 6 equals 1. So the answer is 1.
Watch for the distance. We do this all the time. We know what to do. Back and forth first round. Second round straight ahead. Striking numbers very even. Clinch work for Grasso at the end of that round. They did not give her any credit for a takedown as Grasso was able to explode right back to her feet.
Oh, head kick!
Nice left eye kick. That's the second time that's come up. And it comes up so quick. She doesn't like switch step. It just, she leans back and just flops it up there. That's one of the kicks we saw land on Araujo in her last fight. So no doubt it's a read.
Grasso
Starting to sit on the punch a bit, yeah.
It's like she warmed up. She just had to get punched a little before she started letting it go.
Good movement there from Araujo to get out of the way of those.
Dean Thomas, what have you seen so far?
You know, as a power fighter, I question Araujo's ability to manage her energy. Because she's doing a really good job of managing her energy up until this point. But she has to be careful not to manage it too much to where she falls behind too far to where she can't catch up later. So she might have to turn it up a little bit in these early rounds.
That's a really good point, Dean. That you get that 5-round fight for the first time. You're a big explosive fighter. You're like, okay, I can't gas out. The next thing you know, you're down a couple rounds from getting outpointed. Not that Grasso's necessarily outpointing anybody. I mean, she's throwing.
He's running away with anything right now, but
no, not at all. I'm not saying
what
that.
you're saying, though.
No, she's being calculated. She's moving in. Araujo's throwing some big shots here. But she's just getting beat to the punch. There's a move.
This counter combination from Araujo as she leads to the body.
Nicely timed.
There's a takedown.
Straight to the pass. Let's see what she can do with that. It's top position.
All right, all the way over.
Passes it quickly and easily.
Araujo is in her world with more than half to go in the second round.
Yeah, and obviously Araujo, a black belt in jiu-jitsu versus a purple belt. for Grasso. Let's see if that shows off. Obviously, that doesn't always add up and pan out for MMA when there's strikes involved. But being on her back, it's going to be a problem for Grasso. Oh, she was able to get the half guard back, but that was almost a mistake the way she turned there. You can't, I wouldn't give up my back for any moments against Araujo. I would definitely try to be digging underhooks, get on my knee, get on a hip, and keep her at a safe distance.
Now what you said is key. I like that, Paul. You get to a hip. There you go. Now she got to a hip. She's got that leg lock, that lockdown that she's trying to lock up in the half guard. But realistically, when your leg's hooked up like Grasso's is, you're kind of holding yourself on half guard down there. And notice the overhook, the left overhook. That's holding you down as well. You want to get to your right hip and dig that left underhook underneath the armpit of Araujo. Now there's a nice explosion. That was just a pure athletic get up. Pure explosion athletic.
And you know, I think that was a bit of just a small little misstep there from Araujo, who tried to pin down the arm of Grasso, and that gave her that moment, gave that little bit of space for her to explode back up.
Grasso showing some urgency as she returns to the feet. Final minute of round 2.
And it'll be interesting, right? Because no real damage was necessarily done there on the mat. She had good positions, but couldn't really take full advantage of that.
The damage that's done in those positions is to the clock and the time spent in control. And Araujo had the more time spent in control in that position, but we're seeing Grasso up by almost double, triple the punches. So this starts to even out. You've got to get up. If you're going to hold somebody down like that and burn the clock, you got to do some damage as well, like you're saying.
And it's, when we talk about it all the time, it doesn't mean that you're pounding their head into the canvas, but just land some strikes, land significant strikes, so that change in position that happened during the fight is now granted, given to you. The judges are now looking at that like, okay, not only are we in a different spot, but you are effectively scoring.
Big 1-2 from Grasso finds the target.
Yeah, she took that nice time back.
Takedown for Araujo. Grasso doesn't want to end the round on the canvas. Be back and forth, round 2.
Look, breathe deep, okay? Look, breathe right now. This is a great round. You stole this one. You stole this round. Okay, breathe.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the replays here. Both women throwing big shots. Neither one really landing super clean there. There's a nice left body kick. The left kick was very accurate for Grasso. There's some shots that got through. Good jab, right hand followed up. She's really effective with that jab. That 1-2 was very effective in round 2. Now, granted, Araujo got some good takedowns, but really didn't capitalize on them.
You heard the voice of Mark Smith just warning Araujo to watch the eyes of Grasso if they find their way back to the mat. The third round is underway, touching the gloves.
In a way, this is new territory for both these women. Not that they haven't both been to third rounds, but knowing this isn't it. There's 2 more.
Yeah.
This is midway now. How do you approach that?
Also, from the corners, we heard that Grasso's team said you stole that second round back with your work on the feet. The corner of Araujo told her it's 2-0 us. So each corner's telling a different story.
Honestly, it is hard to tell who's winning, though.
I would agree.
This third round makes sense.
Tell your corner
Yeah,
close
it's
fight.
difficult definitive.
I agree. I don't know either,
Right.
but to be like, no, you got this.
I mean, I guess that's why the third round's going, though. I mean, this should split it up and we'll see who's winning from this point on and go from there. That's what the championship rounds are about.
And maybe, they know their fighter better than I sure do, so maybe they're just trying to keep her confident, keep her focused on the task at hand.
positive reinforcement.
Yeah. Wow. That's a nice straight right there from Araujo to the body.
He had a nice left hook as well.
Showed you the live number odds-wise. Grasso came in around -215. This swelled to -440.
And I know these numbers over there, Brendan, next to you are unofficial, but I mean it's 90 to 55, correct?
In total strikes for Grasso, yes.
What's the significant strikes look like?
68-48 Grasso.
Yeah.
Unofficial.
We say that because there's people at home pushing a number on a computer and they're not watching it and they're not necessarily here, so that's why it's unofficial.
Tell him, Don.
I love you, Don.
We don't know who's pushing those buttons.
I certainly don't.
None of us do. We don't get to know.
Araujo trying to find home for the jab here a little bit.
Nice right hand lands. See, I left kicks, you don't like switch it or show it, it just kind of pops up out of nowhere.
It almost just
landed a
leans
couple
into it a
times.
little bit.
Yeah. It comes up quick and her hips have a lot of dexterity, so it flips up there and that's a sneaky little kick, kind of like a left hook.
Coming up next, don't miss a recap of all the action on the UFC Fight Night post-show on ESPN+. Alan Jouban and Dean Thomas will join Dan Helly for all the highlights and analysis, plus Charlie Arnold interviews the big winners from tonight's card. Post-show is only on ESPN+.
So there you go. It's money.
Oh! Spin there from Grasso.
It's just
Araujo marched forward.
It's just that how quick it comes up is what's different. There's no telegraph on that left kick. It's real clean for Grasso.
Yeah, she's making reads for that, Dom. She's looking for that. She's being patient with it. There you go. Attack the leg, touch the inside, touch the inside. Couple. It's gonna come back into this fight.
That's what a lot of people don't see is the read of like, all right, we're firing that inside kick to set up the left high kick later on in the fight.
Absolutely. Very competitive. These women are standing right in front of each other, exchanging.
I think what's really slowing those girls down a little bit is neither of them wants to give up a takedown to the other one. And you can see with their low stance and their balance and where they're at, and they're not overextending on any of their punches because they don't want to give the other one a takedown. And it's limiting their striking as well. Just a little.
Grasso has yet to attempt a takedown in the fight. Araujo is 2 for 5. Both landed in the second round. Did to try to chase one here in round 3. We're in the significant strikes round by round. Very close in this round. About 30 seconds to go before rounds 4 and 5 enter the picture.
Yeah, this round's been a boxing match. Barely even a kickboxing match. The only one kicking so far seems to be Grasso.
Grasso lands another one, too.
Nice jab. Oh, there's a nice right hand. Gets two for Araujo. Oh, my goodness.
Big right from Araujo right before the horn. And we've gone 15 minutes. Still nothing decided. We'll keep it here.
Breathe deep. Breathe deep through your nose. Okay? Deep. You're doing incredible. You're listening to us a lot, okay? Anytime you thought that she was going to get with the jab, you really have to get her. Listen, we're going, everything's perfect. Everything's there. Am I doing it right? Just let her put it, just quicker and then just get close to her and do it right.
All right, here's some of the action from round 3. Good jab there from Grasso. Body shot. I mean, they fought right in front of each other, both landing some good shots, but you see there the cleaner shots getting through at the moment for Grasso. But Araujo had some good ones, attacking the body as well. Competitive fight.
New territory for each of these fighters now as round 4 gets set to begin. Grasso and Araujo both look just fine.
Yeah, looking fresh, honestly.
Entering minute number 16. High kick from Araujo that time for the answer.
I would say the one thing you're not seeing from these ladies is fakes. You're not seeing any feints, any fakes, not too much. I wouldn't say none, but not a lot. And so it's allowing them to just kind of go one for one. One hits, the other one hits back. The other one hits, the other one hits back. Whereas when you're faking in the middle, it breaks up the rhythm, breaks up the timing, and someone can get ahead a little bit more. And I think that's the one thing in the striking that's kind of missing between these two is a lot more fakes and feints to offset the other one's timing.
Yeah, between the combinations.
Yes. Nice combo.
But then, like you said, then Araujo comes back, or vice versa.
Yeah, it's one for one. One lands, the other one lands back. The other one lands, the other one lands back. And then if you're faking in between, those are almost like combinations being landed to set up the next move. And it's just a little behind for them.
That's what's making this fight so close. We see people commenting on it that it'd be tough for either fighter to become
like this.
Confident.
If you're faking when somebody's relaxing like that, they can't relax. Their hands come up and they bite. So those little moments really change the fight, change the cardio, and change the pace.
Araujo landed that right cross a moment ago.
tight.
Would have thought we'd seen more takedown attempts from Araujo. Didn't really see one in the third round.
I think it has to do with what Dean Thomas was saying about that energy output.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of energy to shoot these takedowns. She did a couple, and I think Dean is right. She's trying to keep herself from overusing her energy. Who knows how she'll come back in the fourth, in the fifth.
Right.
She might come heavier with the grappling because she can empty the tank. We'll see though.
I like seeing Araujo start to open up with some more kicks. That was a really nice head kick. And as she pulled that right leg back, shows that straight right. That was a very nice combination.
Final 2 minutes around 4.
Straight right hand.
Grasso looking for counter opportunities.
Solid there from Grasso. Very nice combination.
Yeah. From Araujo.
Kind of missing between these two. I would say the one thing you're not seeing from these ladies is fakes. You're not seeing any feints, any fakes, not too much. I wouldn't say none, but not a lot. And so it's allowing them to just kind of go one for one. One hits, the other one hits back. The other one hits, the other one hits back. Whereas when you're faking in the middle, it breaks up the rhythm, breaks up the timing, and someone can get ahead a little bit more. And I think that's the one thing in the striking that's kind of missing between these two is a lot more fakes and feints to offset the other one's timing.
Yeah, between the combinations.
Yes. Nice combo.
But then, like you said, then Araujo comes back, or vice versa.
Yeah, it's one for one. One lands, the other one lands back. The other one lands, the other one lands back. And then if you're faking in between, those are almost like combinations being landed to set up the next move. And it's just a little behind for them.
That's what's making this fight so close. We see people commenting on it that it'd be tough for either fighter to become
like this.
confident.
If you're faking when somebody's relaxing like that, they can't relax. Their hands come up and they bite. So those little moments really change the fight, change the cardio, and change the pace.
Araujo landed that right cross a moment ago.
It's tight, man.
Would have thought we'd seen more takedown attempts from Araujo. Didn't really see one in the third round.
I think it has to do with what Dean Thomas was saying about that energy output.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of energy to shoot these takedowns. She did a couple, and I think Dean is right. She's trying to keep herself from overusing her energy. Who knows how she'll come back in the fifth.
Right.
She might come heavier with the grappling because she can empty the tank. We'll see though.
Yeah.
I like seeing Araujo start to open up with some more kicks. That was a really nice head kick. And as she pulled that right leg back, shows that straight right. That was a very nice combination.
Final 2 minutes of round 4.
Big right hand.
Grasso looking for counter opportunities.
Solid there from Grasso.
Araujo starting to get busier in the striking department here.
She's definitely doing a lot of pressure.
Also trying to fire a leg kick. Not many kicks. Those are takedown attempts with a minute to go.
That's what you were talking about, Fitz.
It's enough to swing the round at this point.
Could be, depending on what she does with it here. But I mean, if we're talking about Araujo, she's down a whole lot of output when it comes to the striking. So if you are going to get a takedown here and finish the round, you want to finish with punches, a submission attempt, some sort of damaging factor at the end, because it's not close enough on the feet to just get a takedown. You need a little bit more now. And in this last round, she's really going to have to pour on takedown and control if she wants to win with grappling, and probably get a submission if she wants to win that way, or just some nasty ground and pound in the 5th round if you're Araujo. Other than that, both these girls got to hurt each other in this 5th round to make a statement, I think.
I agree.
And when I say hurt, I mean drop, rock, something like that. They're obviously hurt.
Show themselves stand out.
Yeah.
Well, they were excited to have 5 rounds with which to work, and they will see a 5th round after going 20 minutes.
For base 2-2. Water.
Go ahead.
Calm down. Leaving. Just the last round, right? That's it. 5 minutes. She's screwed, all right? She's not in shape. She does not think you can take her down. That's quick hand. And whenever she thinks you're going to strike, just take her down. She's slipping too much. She's slipping. She's slipping, but still, this round, this is it. Just keep the distance, all right? Keep the distance. 5 minutes, baby. 5 minutes.
Final instructions from the corners for Alexa Grasso and Viviane Araujo. Both fighters looking fresh. They were confident. They had the conditioning it would take to show their best deep into the fight. And it shows the urgency here in the 5th and final round. Already some more happy feet from each side.
They both came in phenomenal shape. I would give them that.
Perhaps like you were saying, Dom, they wanted to see what they would have into the 5th round. Now they know they can empty the tank. One final frame here.
We'll soon find out. Looks like they're ready to let it all out, though. lot of energy.
Heavy right hand from Grasso. And through our translator, Fabiano, was translating for both corners. He's saying that Grasso's corner is hearing the corner advice from Araujo's corner, telling her what's coming. And she said that's one of the things she likes about fighting at the Apex is the transparency, understanding what her opponent's trying to do. So it is a cat and mouse game. It has been for several rounds now. Here's Araujo in on the clinch.
There's a time to go for this and really try to secure position on the mat. This is it.
Still just the 2 takedowns from round 2 for Araujo. And less than 2 minutes of ground control time. Grasso hasn't really gone first much since the first rounds.
Went first there. And just a few combinations. I mean, they're throwing pretty much 2 punches at a time, and it hasn't been quite enough to get ahead on the other person. So just a long combination, maybe finishing with a kick would really stand out with these two. A lot of 1-2s, a lot of 1-2-3s, and that's pretty much, and then jab trading. And that's pretty much what it's been right now. So whoever wants to really sit down and let the hands go and mix things up, I think is who's going to get the edge in this last 2 minutes. It's 1 punch at a time, generally speaking, right now. You got to throw combos, especially at this stage with the fight this close.
Grasso, another one. Araujo walking her down, but keeping her on the outside of the octagon.
Yeah, she's doing all the pressuring in this fight. But Grasso is swerving effectively from moving back and waiting for her moments.
Like a long, lonely stream, I keep running towards the dream.
The amount of combinations and punches that she's thrown, but it's just both of the ladies have definitely kept it close on one another with the style that they fight.
Final minute here.
I mean, look at the 5th round, 12 to 13 strikes.
Significant strikes. I mean, the biggest margin was in round 3. It was 4. And the judges aren't seeing those numbers. Also sheds another takedown attempt. 30 seconds left.
There's a big punch landed, and that's what I was talking about. You let a combination go, something's going to land, something's going to stand out. Even that little flurry stood out.
Araujo responds right away, though, forces the clinch. And now just some sweats and dirty boxing to the horn. 25 minutes in the books between these flyweight contenders. Main event in the books. All we need is a decision. It comes after this.
There's a place.
All right, here's how it went down by the numbers. Significant head strikes in favor of Grasso. Really, the striking numbers mostly in favor of Grasso. 2 takedowns in round number 2. That was it for Araujo. She wasn't really able to employ her jiu-jitsu. Less than 2 minutes of ground control time. But still a back and forth fight, close for as long as it lasted, which was all 25 minutes. Grasso with a big smile believes she's done enough. So too did Viviane Araujo. Joe Martinez has the decision. Let's find out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after 5 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. The totals are 50-45, 49-46, and 49-46. All for your winner by unanimous decision, Alexa Grasso!
I'm here with the winner, Alexa Grasso. First of all, congratulations. First main event, first time going 5 rounds in a very back and forth, close striking battle. When the judges were reading the scorecards, did you think you had done enough tonight?
Of course, I did enough to win tonight, and I trained really hard for this. I knew that she was going to try to take me to the ground, but I trained hard. As I said, I trained really, really hard for this.
Well, it showed. I mean, the cardio was on full display. She shot a few times. She was able to get you to the ground, but every time you were able to pop back up. Was that a big part of the training camp, knowing how strong of a grappler she is to be able to pop right back up?
Yeah, of course. You know, if you get it on the ground, you have to stand up as fast as you can, so your opponent will be like tired, you know, like, and needs to control you, so you don't have to let her do that and punch and punch and punch as soon as you get up.
Was there anything that surprised you? You guys stood about this close from each other most of the fight and traded back and forth, but it seemed like you were getting the edge in strikes. But did you expect her to stand in front of you as much as she did tonight?
Yeah, I know that she's a tough warrior. She's a tough opponent, as you can see. I hope you guys enjoy the fight. We're here to fight. She's a tough Brazilian girl, and I admire her too.
How did it feel having those 5 rounds to work with? Did you enjoy that? Is that something you'd like to have more often?
Hey, I could do this again. You know, I think I have upgraded myself to 5 rounds. This training camp was so hard, so hard. But I think this is a challenge that you need to grow.
Well, now it's 4 in a row at flyweight, looking fantastic in every one, showing new wrinkles to the game each time. We got to ask, what's next? Who's next?
I have to ask my amazing matchmaker. You know, he always put good challenges in me, and I trust his job. He's doing amazing. Maynard, thank you.
Well, listen, that was a fantastic fight from both of you women. Congratulations on a stellar performance. Alexa Grasso, ladies and gentlemen.
Since her move to this weight class at 125 pounds, it is now 4 fights, 4 wins. This one in a main event over 25 minutes. Alexa Grasso firmly belongs in the top 5 of this division. Her uncle Francisco in her corner opened a gym years ago, and she has stayed with the family on her climb to the upper echelon of the UFC. Big night. At present, there may not be a better fight the UFC can make than what goes down next week. It just so happens to come in the glamour division at 155 pounds, which is in wait for one of these fighters to step up and lay claim to the belts. Next Saturday night in Abu Dhabi, once again, the champion will have it.
'Cause there's a place in the sun where there's hope for everyone, where my poor restless heart gotta run. And there's a place in the sun, and before my life is done, got to find a permanent place in the sun. Like this tide troubled earth, I've been rolling since my birth.
Who can stop Charles Oliveira? 11-minute roll.
This dude right here, man. There's a place in the sun where there's hope for everyone, where my poor restless heart gotta run. There's a place in the sun, and before my life is done,
There's a place in the sun where there's hope for everyone. And my chorus heart, not alone.
He's never stood lightweight champion of the world. He has one goal in mind, and that is to obliterate his opponent. It's a different level of grappling. There's no space to relax. Oh, Dan's got his hands up. Oh, trouble.
What a fight, what a matchup, what a couple of resumes. Charles Oliveira, the lightweight champ, he wants to get the belt back after he vacated when he beat Justin Gaethje because of that weight miss. Nonetheless, it's an 11-fight win streak for Dubronx. Islam Makhachev into double digits with the win streak as well, as he has awaited a long time for a shot at the championship. Dominic Cruz, what can you say about Charles Oliveira, the all-time submissions leader? He's rounded out the game, a dangerous fighter.
3.4 takedowns around for Makhachev and 2.9